If I go get them, maybe. You want me to go there?
Around. Hello and welcome to the 2023 Chemist Warehouse Australian All Schools Track and Field Championships. Over the next 3 days, the very best school-age athletes will do battle to claim glory here in the West. The first event on the track is the under 15 and under 16 2,000 metre steeplechase. Here is your lineup, ladies and gentlemen. From Queensland, Grace Adams. Representing WA, Katika Borsic. South Australia, Elise Dandy. From New South Wales, Poppy O'Brien. Representing Queensland, Piper Snow. From Victoria, Monique Williams. From WA, Madeline Wright. And to introduce the under 16 2,000 metre steeplechase final, from Queensland, Sienna Bush. From Victoria, Sarah Fitzpatrick. From WA, Bridget Gallagher. From Queensland, Maeve McCowan. From North Queensland, Sienna McGee. From New South Wales, Grace McMahon. From Victoria, Sienna Rowe. From New South Wales, one of the favourites, Pippi DePania. And from WA to round out the under 16, Alyssa Torrance. So we're underway at the 2023 Chemist Warehouse Australian All Schools Track and Field Championships. A very warm welcome to the WA Athletics Stadium. Not a cloud in the sky as we get underway. And the first race of these championships, and the under 15 and under 16 2,000 metre steeplechase. Travis Jenkins with you up here in commentary. Alongside me is Mitch Dyer. Mitch, good morning to you and welcome to the WA Athletics Stadium.
Travis, good morning. It's so beautiful to be out here in WA. Not enough athletic meets go on out here in the West, so it's great to be amongst this sunshine and the beautiful blue track we see out here in front of us as the under 15 and under 16 women will do battle over the 2,000 metre steeplechase event. A big field. Obviously, you combine the two age groups together, you're bound to get a lot of athletes out there. And at the moment, leading out the charge is going to be DePania, the Queenslander, who you mentioned would be the favourite going into this event at the moment, but she's strung this out quite nicely over the first 300 metres. Start on the back straight, have to go all the way out wide there to that water jump, so you don't see that on every athletics track, but at the moment it's nicely strung out here, Travis, and great to be here.
Thanks, Mitch. And the steeplechase, of course, with the water jump just extends the distance, so starting over in the back straight. Sienna Bush leading the way. She has the fastest PB in the field in the under 16 age group. She was the gold medalist at the Queensland All Schools Championships, second at the National Championships in the 3,000 metres, Sienna Bush. So she has decided she wants to take the running from the start. 7:01, her season's best, and she really is starting very strongly in the early stages here. Other athletes to look out for in the under 15 age group. 6 of the national championships, the Victorian champ Monique Williams. Also Grace Adams from Queensland, 8th of the national championships, the Queensland champ. She wears hip number 1. And Poppy O'Brien from New South Wales, 5th of the national champ. She lowered her PB to 7 minutes 15 on the 2nd of December, Poppy O'Brien. So she'll be one of the ones to watch out for in the under 15 age group. She wears hip number 4, and we can see her there in 6th place overall. But at the moment, it's Sienna Bush showing a nice clean pair of heels, Mitch.
Yeah, certainly is. Wasted no time, the Queenslander Sienna Bush. So she's put a matter of 40 metres into the rest of the field here. Behind her, Pippi DePagna, who you mentioned, the New South Welsh woman, I should say. She's cleared out from the rest of this field as well by a good 20-odd metres. So this pack a little bit further back. It's a mixed bundle of the under-15s and 16s. They'll have to try and work together maybe to peg back this early race lead. But at the moment, out in front, looking so smooth and comfortable. The 7:01 next to her name. Might see that threatened here this morning to kick things off at the Australian All Schools Championships. It's Sienna Bush, and just getting over that steeple, wants to try and get the 1 foot in the water jump and progress through there smoothly, but at the moment it looks like nobody can get near the Queenslander as it goes back to New South Wales, Queensland, so that's a good little trio out in front. And the rest of the field you mentioned will just try and pick this stagger up around the middle stages of this steeplechase. Probably the time where you have to focus the most, the middle stages. The early start, well, you're going to go with adrenaline. The back end, you're near the end, but this middle section is where you really have to switch on and keep that cadence high, keep that rhythm moving, and put yourself in a comfortable position. So Sienna Bush doing all the work out in front at the moment, making it look quite effortless in the process of that. Behind there, DePagna is sitting just so comfortably in that second position. A slight gap back here to fellow Queenslander McGowan. And a little bit of a challenge behind her there, as you mentioned, Monique Williams, the Victorian. So the first of our under-15 competitors threatened behind there by Poppy O'Brien. So plenty going on in terms of the medal racing between the two here at the moment of the under-16s and 15s.
Piper Snow also in the bronze medal position currently in the under-15 age group. Be interesting to see if DePagna can try and just find a little bit extra in the closing stages. The national champ earlier this year has run 7:07, has Pippi DePagna of New South Wales. But she has one hand on the silver medal currently. But our leader continues just to dominate this race. Just negotiates the water jump, has a little look over the shoulder just to see the little opening she's got over DePagna. And for the first time of these championships, the bell ringer will be poised to set the bell alight for our leader.
Well, there's no better feeling than in a distance race hearing the sweet, sweet sound of that final lap bell. So watch the clock as well. It's 5:23, 5:24, 5:25. So well and truly under that 7-minute pace we spoke about at the beginning of the race. DePagna now, she'll sit there in second. Still good little bit running from McGowan. Now sitting in first position, has not moved whatsoever, was Monique Williams of Victoria. She's still leading it out. Might be threatened late here by Poppy O'Brien as well. So watch the battle here behind the Queenslander. But they now make their way through with 1 lap to go. Up the back straight, it was always Bush. And she's been so smooth and in control since the moment this race begun. She only has 300 metres to go now to crown herself a fresh national champion. The first national champion we'll see here at the All Schools here in Western Australia. And she's done it with class and grace. Has Bush out in front. DePagna still in second. A little bit of a threat behind there. McGowan. O'Brien still sitting in the gold medal position for Victoria. But starting to move ever so slightly is Poppy O'Brien, the New South Wales woman. So she might try and get up on the shoulder if she can. But O'Brien, the benefit of the sit from McGowan on this back straight is at the top of it now. Travis coming in to crown herself a national champion very shortly will be the Queenslander in Sienna Bush, and only has to navigate one more water jump, or done that now, one more jump to do so.
What a way to start these championships for the Queensland team. I'm sure her teammates will be up and applauding here at the WA Athletics Stadium. One barrier to negotiate, hurdles it, still with plenty of class. She looks like she may just duck under 7 minutes for the first time. And here's our first gold medal winner, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Sienna Bush. Gold in the under 16 2,000 metre steeple. Under 7 for the first time. Pipita Panya will secure the silver medal. And flashing home, Monique Williams finishing strongly. She'll take gold in the under 15 2,000 metre steeple. The silver will go to Piper Snow. Poppy O'Brien will claim the bronze in the under 15 2,000 metre steeple.
Well, it was a big finish there from the Queensland, and we hope Poppy O'Brien is okay. Took a tumble on that last barrier, but brave racing from the under 15s. It goes the way of Victoria. Monique Williams will be your national champion here for the under 15 event. So hot conditions in Western Australia, unsurprisingly. I know it might be cold for the locals, but certainly hot for some of these athletes out here. It'll only start to increase as the day goes on, but impressive racing to kick this day off, as we'll see the rest of our field make their way around and round out their national championships as well. Many of these women will double back, I'm sure, for that 1,500, 3K, 800, a variety of different middle distance events on offer here in Western Australia. But great to see our race leader in Sienna Bush dips under that 7-minute marker for the first time. You mentioned a 6:52 to it, so didn't just trickle under it. She blew it out of the waters, and she was so impressive here and completely in control from gun to tape. So we see Elise Dandy, the South Australian. She'll finish off her 2,000 metre event. One more lap remaining for the Western Australian in Gallagher. As well behind her there is Maddie Wright, also finishing off for Western Australia. So only a few women left here, but it was very impressive racing, Travis. And if you're Sienna Bush, that probably couldn't have gone any better. So the rest of the field will finish off here. They're under 15-16 national championship in the 2,000 metre steeplechase. Two remaining on the track here to finish things off. And the opening event of a busy 3 days, 4 for some, if they're competing on this Monday, Schools Knockout Challenge, which will be massive. Always a great event. Which school will come out on top? Sense of pride that, you get running for the states, obviously, but your school, it's a different breed running for your school. So I'm sure there'll be plenty of kids out here hoping to get through unscathed for a Monday event. So we have one remaining athlete here for the women's under 16 2,000 metre steeplechase.
Boys and girls, time for the next event on the track. It's the under 15 and under 16 2,000 metre steeplechase final of Australia. Introducing your lineup. Wearing hip 1 from Victoria, Jude Barrett. Hip number 2, Cameron Blom. Wearing hip 3 from WA, it's the All Schools champ from WA, Ewan Gould. Hip 4 from North Queensland, Blake Gregory. Hip 5, the Queensland All Schools champ, Ethan Huang. Hip number 6 from South Australia, Tristan Kidd. From New South Wales, Patrick McMahon. Wearing hip 8 from North Queensland, Harrison Ruse. And wearing hip number 9, 7th at the National Championships, one of the favourites from Victoria, Noah Torello. Under 16, 2,000 metre steeplechase final. Wearing hip 10, 2nd at the Queensland All Schools, Harvey Hermiston. From WA, Jack Malabone. Hip 12 from South Australia, Jack McAuliffe. From New South Wales, Nicholas McGill. Wearing hip 14, one of the favourites, the silver medalist from the National Championships, Jonathan Neathling. Wearing hip 15, the under 16 reigning national champion from Tasmania, William Pereira. Wearing hip 16 from Queensland, Jet Snow. And rounding out the field, wearing hip 17 from Tasmania, Oliver Valentine. Good luck, gentlemen, in the under 15 and under 16 2,000 metre steeplechase final. So high quality field assembled here for the under 15, under 16 National All Schools Championship of Australia. The local hopes resting with hip number 3, Ewan Gould. In the under 15 boys, the favourite in the under 16 would have to be the national champ, looking to add the National All Schools title to his growing catalogue of achievement, William Pereira. Great opportunity here for the Tasmanian. Starter comes to his stand. So all the toes are behind the line on this occasion, and we're underway in the under 15 and under 16 steeplechase final. Jonathan Neathling, the Victorian, has decided to take up the running. He was just 0.14 behind William Pereira, the Tasmanian, earlier the year at the National Championship. So they've had some really good battles, these two men. So really excited here, Mitch, just to see what the tactics will be early.
Yeah, well, looks like Nathan's going to waste no time to try and stretch this field out. Maybe has a little look around and says the best option is to try and burn them early. So a big wide running gate on the Victorian. You can't miss him out there. Right behind him, tucked in nicely as well from New South Wales. It is in that under 15 event. We'll get the name on him as he rolls his way around. But as you mentioned, the Tasmanians, they're going to hunt well together, actually. They've had really good staples from this 2,000 metre steeplechase event coming up through these junior ranks. So they won't want to spot someone like John O'Neithling all that much room. You mentioned 0.14 off a national gold at the recent national championship. So he certainly knows how to get out in front and nearly win the gold. Today might be the day for him as the rest of this field now strings out quite nicely. There's a pack of 7 out in front. One man left in no man's land and the rest are just strung out through the first 400 metres. So the pace is hot. It's certainly on. And John O'Neithling more than happy to be the man to lead them out and be the one to be chased.
So I've just had official word from the Royal Perth Yacht Club. The boaties here in the west know the weather the best, Mitch, and we've got 27 degrees. The sea breeze will come in around lunchtime. So it'll be absolutely perfect conditions all day. There's not a cloud in the sky at the moment. That's how we rock and roll over here in the west. And perfect conditions all weekend as well for the championships. So we can see Neithling, McGill and Pereira. The first 3 across the line. Nick McGill's come in with a 6 minutes 10 personal best, so he has also been right up in the calculations for the medals here, has Nick McGill. But Neithling, that silver medal from the National Championships, he'll be looking for an upgrade here. Pereira, you can see the Tasmanian, one of the big hopes for Tassie, just holding down bronze medal in the under-16 steeple.
So John O'Neithling it is. He's still leading it out. Very comfortable, very smooth out in front, John O'Neithling. He'll lead it out here from our New South Wales compatriot of Nicholas McGill. So he's putting himself in a position to be the only one to go with Neithling. So he's purposefully made this move to try and string this race out as best he can early and really try and take the kick out of the legs at those that usually have it. And he's doing a great job at that as well. The Tasmanians, as I mentioned, they'll hunt well together, looking really smooth as a tandem at the moment. It's Jet Snow tucked in between them, so he gets the benefit of the sit. Behind them there once more is Malabone. And that's the way it goes. It's under 16s dominating out in front. Hermiston, the Queenslander, he's going to sit back a little bit further. And the first of our under 15ers might roll through shortly. But out in front at the moment, it's John O'Neithling. But hot on his heels, he's done really well to bridge that gap early, was McGill. So McGill now is just going to sit only a matter of metres off Neithling, and maybe this group behind him might get a little bit motivated up this back straight to try and do the same thing. They were happy to let him go, happy to spot him that much room early, but as this race starts to heat up, much like the weather you just mentioned there, Trav, it might be interesting to see how they go over this next 400 metres. So the Tasmanians working well in a tandem. Between them there is Jet Snow. Neithling still leading it out from McGill. That's how they read 1 through 5. A little bit further back there, sitting in 6th, I believe, is our fellow New South Welshman, who's looking quite comfortable at that. So Neithling out in front, definitely the most natural over the top of the barriers, but that doesn't necessarily mean he'll be the fastest come the end of the race. So McGill takes a quick look on his right-hand shoulder, wants to assess who's behind him and how far they are. He draws right up alongside John O'Neithling now, so doesn't want to just sit on him. He's going to make the Victorian work for it, and McGill goes straight to the front. And now Neithling, he just has to tuck in here, Trav.
Bells are ringing. What a contest we have in the under-16 National All Schools final. McGill, he's coming to these championships in red-hot form. Neithling looking to hold down silver, and Pereira still one hand on the bronze. Jet Snow and Harvey Hermiston looking to push forward. Huthen Hwang is right up in contention for the under 15 gold. So with 200 metres to run, let's bring us home, Mitch.
So McGill's leading it out from Neathling. He sat back long enough. He decided at the bell it was his time to take over the running. McGill's going to lead it out. Neathling now starting to feel the pinch of that elastic band ever so slightly. The Tasmanian didn't have the best water jump, but he's going to put his head down and try and go with it. It's a battle of two out in front at the moment, though. It's going to go the way of Ethan McGill, the New South Welshman. He just puts his head down. One more barrier separates him from a national gold. Jono Neathling wants to go a little bit deeper, but it is going to belong to New South Wales. What a performance. What a race from Nicholas McGill. Salutes with a 5.55. Jono Neathling just under as well. The slew of them come through from there. It's Malabone not too far away. In fact, no, it's a gold in the under-15 event for Cameron Bloom. The New South Welshman. Huang goes through for a silver there in the under-15 event as the rest of them now make their way through. But Travis McGill, he just bided his time. He sat back. He waited. He heard that sound of the bell we've talked about before, and he executed the perfect race.
And a big personal best for McGill. He'll be right on the money too for the 2,000 metre steeplechase all schools meet record. That stands at 5.55.06, set back in 2002 from the New South Welshman James Matthews. So we'll watch the clock closely there, Mitch. 5.55.06 is the meet record. So right on the money here.
So impressive racing to kick things off on a Friday morning in Western Australia. And ultra impressive the way that he ran that one, Nick McGill. He just sat back. He gave Jono Neathling his space and his time. Brave running from the Victorian. But as soon as he started to approach that bell, he knew exactly what he was going to be doing. And the rest of the field behind him probably just a little bit too slow to react to what was going on ahead of them. And he cashes in on a national gold medal, going straight back to New South Wales. The rest of this field will now make their way through. They'll finish things off. Harrison Roos of North Queensland. He'll round it out here for the men's under-15 and under-16 National Championship of Australia. So this one now goes out to all of our stream viewers wherever you're watching across Australia. This is the 2023 All Schools National Championships. Our under-17 women's 1,500 metre final is on the line. They're just going through their final moments. I can remember the last time I was racing here would have been an under-17 1,500 metre final, so I can exactly replicate what these young women are feeling, but we're going to be in for an absolute cracker here, Trav. These 1,500 metre finals, they always have an element of flair about them. There's always something that goes on in here that catches you off guard.
And this under-17 women's final will be an absolute cracker. We've got the under-18 national champion. She ran up. She ran up her division at the national championship. She's back into the under-17 age group. Here is Danielle Graham.
Let's now throw down trackside to our welcome to country.
So, our welcome to country as well. For those watching on at home, we'll begin in a moment's time before this women's under-17 1500 metre final. So we now introduce you to the field here for the women's under-17 1500 metre finals. From South Australia, it's Emma Henkel. From Tasmania, it's Sadie Armstrong. From North Queensland, it's Erica Coleman. From New South Wales, it's Sarah Baker. From Victoria, Ali Brooks. From the ACT, it's Zoe Honeybrook. From Western Australia, it's Danielle Graham. From Western Australia also, it's Madeline Taylor. From South Australia, it's Malika McLeod. From New South Wales, it's Annabelle Miller. From the ACT, it's Audrey Ward. And rounding it out here in the women's under-17 1500 metre finals. From Victoria, it's Bridget Rice. So we're away and racing here in the women's under-17 1500 metre championship of Australia. It'll be our first 1500 metre title up for grabs here at the All Schools Championships. A tight bunch through the first 100 metres. And they'll try and sort themselves out into a comfortable position. 3 3/4 laps, the metric mile they call it, is underway. And as they make their way through this opening lap, there'll be plenty of argy-bargy. You want to try and get to that rail as quickly as possible. Expend as least amount of energy as you can through the opening 400 metres. A little bit of chopping and changing, a few arms out, trying to jostle for position. They'll come out into lane number 2 to find their spot where they can, but this big pack of under-17 women will just try and make their way through and do so feeling quite comfortable. Honeybrook it is leading it out on that inside rail, the ACT competitor, so just on her outside shoulder as well will be from New South Wales. I believe that's Sarah Baker, who's just going to sit one out, one back, the perfect position for the metric miles. The rest of this field now just starts to string out ever so slightly, but from the nation's capital on the inside rail, looking really comfortable, is going to be Honeybrook.
So the under-18 national champion, Danielle Graham, the West Australian favourite, she'll be looking to get the WA team on the board here in the West. She has just settled into rhythm in 5th position. We can see the other favourite, Sarah Baker, the national bronze medalist in the under-17 age group, has run 4 minutes 30. She was 3rd at the New South Wales All Schools champ. Also the Victorian, Ali Brooks, one of the favourites. She was the Victorian champ at their championships a little over a month ago. But it's Baker at the moment, the national bronze medalist, setting the pace. We can see Honeybrook has just settled in nicely. Danielle Graham just not wanting to let those two leaders get too far away. She's going to just nestle in to 3rd and just going past Henkel. Miller, Ward rounding out the top 5 with the pace now just starting to intensify. Baker doing the work on the front. Honeybrook from the ACT has just decided now's the time for her. She's made a move down the back straight. Danielle Graham looks like she's able just to match the attack, and she was running comfortably in 3rd. She's been in good form this year so far. She's run a 4:33, has a lifetime best of 4:29, one of the fastest PBs in the field. So she's right up there, the favourite, the West Australian, in the bronze medal position so far.
Well, you have to make a decision now in this second pack. Are you going to latch yourself onto a medalist, or are you going to sit back and back in the kick? The rest of this field now might try and get dragged through just at that. So a field of 3 now becomes a field of 4 out in front. Might even quickly become 5 and 6 if our South Australian Henkel can just get on the back of what's moving here. Honeybrook put her head down on the back straight you mentioned. She wants to try and string this out as best she can. They're about to hear the sound of the bell. This group of 3 is moving through just so nicely now. I don't think the medals are decided, but they're certainly going to be hard to come by. So So Honeybrook leading it out. Just behind her there is Baker. As you mentioned, Graham, though, looking really smooth in third. She'll have to do a little bit of work around this bend to try and get back on that gold and silver position. It's Honeybrook leading it out from Baker. These two seem to clear out from the rest of the field at the moment. Don't be surprised if a move comes from that middle pack just behind them there. But it's Honeybrook. Just put the head down. The arms are pumping up the back straight. And she wants to get rid of Baker as quickly as possible with 200 metres to go. And she's looking like she's doing just that. So from the nation's capital, it's Honeybrook. She'll lead it out with 200 to go. 3:57 on the clock, so certainly a fair bit of pace on it. Baker there still sitting in second. It's Graham in third. A contingent of 3 or 4 behind her will try and challenge for that bronze medal. But out in front and just about home, it is going to be Honeybrook from the ACT. She looks so smooth in doing it as well, Zoe Honeybrook. She made the move up the back straight. She had to make them attack, and she was the best one to do it. 50 metres to go now. It's going to go Zoe Honeybrook from the ACT. She'll come down and be the national champion. That's all but decided. 4:27, 4:28. Hankey now comes over the top, the South Australian. Puts the head down. Motors through. Might challenge for a silver. Goes the bronze just. So great racing there from Baker. Hankey as well. Very impressive. Graham for fourth. Slight stumbles off the track. It's hot. It's hard out there. And Zoe Honeybrook, she made them absolutely earn those positions here in the under 17 1500 as the rest of the field comes through. But sensational racing in trying conditions. You can see the clock, 4:34 on it. Some impressive racing here, Travis, this morning.
She backed her race plan in, Mitch. She knew the time to attack was about 700 metres from home. She was decisive, and she has claimed the gold medal here in a personal best time too for Zoe Honeybrook. Fantastic to produce your best ever performance on the big stage. And she'll be very happy in her time here in Perth. Sarah Baker has run beautifully for silver.
So on the track now, we just saw the under-17s. It's time for the women's under-18 1500 metre final. From Western Australia, it's Kirsty Pedersen. From South Australia, it's Sarah Uring. From Victoria, it's Nisa Males. From Western Australia as well, it's Ava De Brits. From North Queensland, it's Shanti Woodham. From South Australia, it's Grace Stevens. From Queensland, it's Amber Norton. From New South Wales, it's Abby Balhusen. And also from New South Wales, rounding it out here in the women's under-18 1500 metre final, it's Jessie Fotheringham. So we're underway here. The women's under-18 1500 metre championship of Australia. And much like we saw for the under-17s, they'll try and sort themselves out across this opening 400 metres. The entire group is going to tuck in together, all 9 of them. Won't spot each other an inch of room in this opening 200 metres. So some colourful socks out there. We'll get a read on who that is. I'm sure there'll be some very happy parents and family and friends watching on, knowing exactly who they're looking out for on this beautiful blue tartan track here in Western Australia. They'll move out to lane number 2, 3 if they have to. But a big pack of them will not spot each other an inch at the moment. So on that inside, it's Males, a Victorian in the pink socks. Can't miss her. Pedersen on her outside shoulder. Ewing as well. The South Australian will just sit there in third. So this big group has not moved. 55 through the first 300 metres. And we'll see when the moves start to come. They might come in this next 600, I believe, Travis.
Very even field here, Mitch. Not a lot separating the PBs from all of our athletes here. Sarah Uhrig in the colours of South Australia. She was 8th at the National Championships, so she knows how to run in big finals. She's there just tucked away in 4th at the moment. The West Australian, Kirsty Pedersen just sitting there in 2nd. Males, she was 2nd at the All Schools in Victoria. This is males, so she'll be right up there in contention for the medals. The All Schools meet record stands at 4 minutes 20.55. The World Junior Qualification standard 4:27.50. But that will be probably one of the last things on the minds of our athletes here, as Males leads it from Pedersen. Just seeing a little move from Fotheringham from New South Wales. She is just up onto the shoulder now of Uhrig with 2 laps remaining. It's anyone's race.
So these women will come down through the opening 800 metres. It's 2:27 on it right now. I'll call it 2:30 when they make their way through. Males, Ewing, Pedersen, Fotheringham, and also Balhusen just at the back there. So this group is going to try and just stride away if they can up this back straight. It'll be interesting to see who is going to be the one to make the first move. It's Males leading it out there. Pedersen right on her shoulder. Fotheringham, the widest of them all. Ewing on the rail, and right behind her there, Balhusen. So this pack of 5, they've done enough to try and separate from this field. It's just a matter of who's going to be there when the bell starts to ring. So it is Males out in front. Pedersen, the Western Australian. Fotheringham in 2nd. You can see Males now just starting to shift through the gears. Just going to ask a few questions here with 500 metres remaining. A tough part of this race is coming up, and Males wants to be the one at the front of it. So she's leading it out there. Looking still smooth is Pedersen. Ewing now is going to go a little bit wider. Bellhouse there right as well. And Fotheringham sitting in that 3rd position now. Just puts herself on the back of Pedersen. But leading it out at the moment, it's all going to be Males, the Victorian. And here comes the bell. Here comes the moves.
The pink socks out in front. A little bit of acceleration at the bell. 2 for Males. Fotheringham has moved up nicely into the silver medal position. And Pedersen, the WA champ, sitting in bronze. Sarah Uhrig is now just starting to put the burners on and has moved nicely down the back straight into the bronze medal position, the South Australian. Just over 200 metres remaining here in the under-18 1500 metre final. And Males can almost feel glory. The gold medal is within reach. Fotheringham battling on strongly in silver. Males lifetime best 4:39.20. She's going to be well under that here, and she continues to get a little bit stronger as the race unfolds. And Nissa Males of Victoria is doing it in style here in the West, and she'll claim gold in the under-18 1500 metre final. Fotheringham, the silver. Sarah Uhrig has claimed bronze. Abby Bolhausen has finished very well in 4th. Patterson, the West Australian, that's a good effort from her. She has finished in 5th. As our remaining competitors finish off their All Schools representation. well done to all of our under-18 women.
So congratulations to our under-18 women. We'll now turn our attention down to the bowl for Jared with the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, time for the next big final. It's the under-17 boys, 1,500 metres. Ladies and gentlemen, here is your lineup. From North Queensland, Kayan Blue. From Queensland, wearing hip number 2, William Curran. From Victoria, Joel Davies. Representing Western Australia, the All Schools champ here in the West, Jamie Dean. Also from WA, Matt Dodds. From Queensland, the All Schools champ, Taylor Goodwin. From North Queensland, Toby Rule. From New South Wales, Jasper Scamps Magro. And rounding out the field, 4th of the Commonwealth Youth Games. He already has a World Junior qualifier to his name. The under-18 national 1,500 metre champion, Daniel Williams. Senior set, under-17, 1,500 metre boys final. So we're away and we can see Dan Williams, the big body Dan Williams, just going to move across into second. Taylor Goodwin, the Queenslander, making a nice start. The West Australian Jamie Dean, he'll just settle into running in 4th. And it looks like a few tactics here, Mitch, early. There hasn't been a decisive attack early. It's going to be a sit and kick, and who's going to have the speed in the stages, but it's Goodwin at the moment on the front.
Well, it's an interesting tactic. Daniel Williams certainly has plenty of speed in those legs, so the New South Welshman will just sit on that outside shoulder. The Prince of Mackay, Toby Rule, in those green silks. He's just right on the rail there as well. So Queensland, New South Wales, Queensland. So they're certainly hunting in a pack, these big groups. I should say North Queensland for rule, but out in front it's the Queensland champion you mentioned, Taylor Goodwin. He just slowed it down quite nicely, but now also gives himself a slight buffer out in front, so doesn't have to worry about leg checks, doesn't have to worry about space. He'll just put himself in that comfortable position. It's 70 seconds through the opening lap, so these gentlemen are well and truly capable of running a lot faster than that across a 400-metre stint, but it will be Goodwin who leads it out. We mentioned that Williams is sitting on the outside shoulder. Everybody in this field is still within the race. The Western Australian, I believe that was Dodds, now starts to move up and through too. So plenty of fast times in and amongst this field, but they're all going to have one thing in mind. I'm going to back my kick. I'm going to back how fast I can go over the back end of this 1500. So it's a kicker's affair. And as any great commentator will tell you, it's championship racing out here at the moment. So this big group of 9 won't spot each other an inch. They're happy to throw the fists out. They're happy to throw the elbows around where they need to, legally, obviously. But leaving them to do the work is Goodwin. And the man to watch with the big mullet, the big body, the New South Welshman, Daniel Williams, in a position to strike.
Queensland 1-2. Who will break first and just execute their race plan? Dodds, the West Australian, he feels comfortable with the pace and just moves up onto the shoulder of the Queenslander. Toby Rule from North Queensland, he is responding nicely here in 4th. Daniel Williams, he already has a World Junior qualifier to his name, has run under 3 minutes 50, has a clear PB. Trav Dean, the West Australian, with a 3:52 to his name, and he currently sits there in 6th place. But it's his compatriot, the West Australian, Matt Dodds, on the front. He's done plenty of work over the winter through Kings Park and taking in some of the great sights of WA. But the moves now start to come. Rule just starts to wind up. Dan Williams looks to have him pretty covered and is responding. Goodwin is sitting in second, is also starting to put the burners on. What a last lap we have coming up for you.
So here we go. He got squeezed out like a sauce bottle, Toby Rule. He said, all right, it's time to get it moving. The Queenslander quickly to respond there was Goodwin. Williams, you mentioned, is going to sit on the back of it. And Western Australia, a little bit of work to do to bridge this gap with 300 metres to go. So it was Toby Rule. They tapped on the shoulder and said, maybe you get this race moving. He feels the pinch up the back straight now. Goodwin and Williams it is sitting in second and third. Jamie Dean, the Western Australian, he wants to get a part of the party. Watch the wheels now of the New South Welshman. He's the fastest in the field, Daniel Williams, and he's about to show them exactly why. Watching the back of the mullet flow in front of them there is Goodwin. Moving through nicely, though, to the Western Australian in Dean is going to put himself in the bronze medal position. So it's 1, 2, 3 leaning into this home straight. Dean, the Western Australian, gets right on the shoulder of Goodwin, but they left Williams all a little bit too much space, the New South Welshman. Dean will dig deep. Williams did it earliest. Williams did it best. He's the national champion. 4:04 indicates the slow pace at the beginning. But geez, they ramped that up. And I believe that was a 54-second final lap for the race leaders. Brave effort from Toby Rule, had tried to get it moving. But Daniel Williams, he's got that World Junior qualifier for a reason. And he showed them exactly why. He's your national champion here in Western Australia.
Great call, Mitch. Kyan Blue flashed home for the bronze. Great effort from the North Queenslander. But no doubting our winner, Dan Williams from New South Wales. He's going to have a big weekend. He looks like he loves it over here in the West. He had some pace to burn. Great run from Jamie Dean. He's run a big season's best. And he looks like he's returning to his top form. Jamie Dean, the West Australian, to take home the silver medal. Dan Williams, he finished 4th at the Commonwealth Youth Games and has had a really big 2023, and that's a nice way to finish his calendar year.
Representing Queensland will be Danielle Jones. Representing South Australia will be Sky Steele. Representing West Australia will be Emma Kempson. Representing New South Wales. New South Wales will be Chelsea Wayne. So next race. Intro track in 3, 2, 1, go. And
So on the track now, we saw the men's under 17 1500 metre final. Time for the men's under 18 to take over. It's a field of 9. From the nation's capital, it's Jacob Shepherd. From North Queensland, it's Micaiah Lane. From the Northern Territory, it's Josiah Matson. From Queensland, Owen Hughes. From Victoria, it's Hamish Donoghue. From North Queensland as well, it's Jake Turner. The home state advantage, the Western Australian, Dante Armstrong. He's followed by Bailey Tague, also Western Australian. And rounding it out in this field of 9, the men's under 18 1500 metres from New South Wales, it's Oliver Neat.
And fade the track, just so you're aware, after the first lap, representing WA.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
State name.
Yeah, colours.
Yeah, yeah. And then they're calling out, they know who's winning, which is fine. That's right, this top. The big doubles preview.
Yeah.
To the bottom.
I've got 2 questions. Now good. Are we doing that event title intro ribbons?
We've been jumping to different events. I'm just not sure. Is it all on that Excel document? Because I tried to look at it.
I'll start telling you what's coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All good.
The other one is, can we get sponsor logos in like bottom right hand
Definitely.
corner?
Are those in the assets folder?
No.
Okay.
I'll send them to you.
Yeah.
Is that easy?
That's easy. That's
Okay,
easy.
I'll get them to you.
Right, do you want to get the soup, what do you call them? Lower thirds. This is the boys under 18 1500 metre final.
Okay. So.
Yep, 1500 metre under 18s, boys.
So we're away in racing the men's under 18 1500 metre national championship of Australia. Another field of 9 will approach hopefully a national gold for one, silver and bronze for another 2, and the rest will be trying to run a personal best out here. So similar to what we saw on the under 17 event, a little bit faster, but they'll hit the brakes pretty early and allow everybody an opportunity to put themselves in the best position come the back end of this 1500. We saw it a 54-second blazing last lap from Daniel Williams, the New South Welshman. That's what it took to win the last one. We might see something very similar out here this morning as this field will string themselves out all within lane number 1. So nobody's going to go wide to try and find their position. They're more than happy to check the left, check the right shoulder and see who's going to be following suit alongside of them. It's our Western Australian in Armstrong. He leads it out from Donoghue. And a little bit further back is Keat. He sits in that 3rd position. North Queenslanders now will try and bridge that gap back to this front group. So our first one out into lane number 2 is the Western Australian. That home track advantage is certainly something very real, and they'll try and make the most of it here. So our men now will make their way through the first 400 metres here, Trav. 70 seconds, so right on the marker of what we saw in that under-17 event, and they'll just start to ramp it up.
Yeah, Dante Armstrong, he's been in good form over here in the West. He won the WA All Schools Championships. His fellow West Australian, Bailey Tague, now just joining him on the front, the 2 West Australians. Turner, the next best from North Queensland. But Bailey Tague, he'll be out after the meet record, 3:50.16. They will have to get moving a little bit faster if they want to get close to that meet record of 3 minutes 50. Donoghue holding down nicely. Shepherd in the blue colours from the ACT. He's sitting in 5th. Neat. Looks comfortable, the New South Welshman. Just sitting on the rail, just tucked in behind Dante Armstrong, the West Australian. Bailey Tague just on his shoulder in 2nd. And a move now just coming from Jacob Shepherd. He is in the blue of the ACT, and he just puts a little bit of pressure on the leader of Tague. Donahue, the Victorian, now moves up to take up the running. Tague, the West Australian, in second. And the New South Welshman, he's looked comfortable the whole way, has Ollie Neat. He just loves that inside running. He just sneaks up onto the shoulder of Tague and finds a little gap. Donahue will lead the under-18 1,500 metre final through the bell. Whips are cracking.
So the whips have certainly cracked. Donahue was trying to do it up the back straight. It's almost identical to what we just saw in the under-17s. They crawled, and then they went. So the Victorian is going to lead it out. Neat there sitting in second. As you mentioned there beautifully, Travie loves that rail position. Will only move from it if it means he's going to pass, and he might try and do it heading into this final 200 metres. So Donahue doing a good job in holding out Neat. The wheels start to turn and the cadence starts to rise. It's still Tague sitting in third position, but he'll have challenges come the final 200 metres. It's a ding-dong battle out in front at the moment, though. It's going to go Donahue back to Neat. It's 1-2 Victoria, New South Wales, one of the oldest rivalries in sport. Checks that inside shoulder as Donahue wants to know if he does enough. Puts the head back, pumps the arms away in the under-18 event. Neat was brave from New South Wales, but Donahue was bold, and he went to the front, and he'll stay in front, the national champion. 4:05, back to Neat now. The Queenslander now comes storming over the top for a bronze. He got over Tague. North Queensland behind him there. Beautiful racing over this final 400 metres. But it was all Donahue, the Victorian, Hamish Donahue. He did enough. He put himself in the right positions, and he was able to execute to become the national champion here in the men's under-18 1,500 metre event.
Owen Hughes flashed home for the bronze. The Queensland champ takes a bronze home from WA. He finished with plenty of running, and he'll be pretty happy with the bronze medal in the kit bag. Impressive running from our winner.
In the field, going through the under 15 girls pole vault, representing New South
So, great Ethan is going to do some presentations, introductions, because the field events are absolutely flying here this morning as well. At our under 14 boys shot put, under 15 girls hammer throw. We have our pole vaulters under 15, 16s out there as well, under 15, 16s long jump. But just bear with me here for those that are watching along at home. It was Luka Proshka, the Western Australian. He threw a personal best of 17:46.
Which would be a new state record too.
New state record. There we go for Luka Proshka. So thank God I have Trav here, the Mayor of Western Australia. They've been calling me. I've been walking down the streets and saying, oh, you know Big Trav, do you? So that's a great put from him. Over the 17-metre marker is a huge effort. In second place from New South Wales was Kisili Ayalitia. I apologise to your family and friends if I've got that wrong there, but 16:25 it was that got up for a personal best, and a fellow personal best, Western Australian sandwich in the under-14 men's shot put, Logan Baker, 15:40. So Prochka, he was the furthest there in the under-14 shot put. Let's now take a look here at the women's under-15 shot put, because that's done as well. And hammer throw, I should say, apologies. The 3 kilo hammer throw for the women's under 15. I was looking at it and I went 49 metres. Jeepers, we might be onto something here for the women's under 15. But the champion was from Queensland. It was Nyla Gobalotti, 49.41. A big personal best there from the Queenslander. Zoe Ryan, the Victorian, personal best as well. In fact, this entire field through personal best according to this. So unless they've submitted a put or a throw that they haven't done, it's a personal best all round. Zoe Ryan, 46.11. And Elizabeth Whelan, the New South Welshman, she got up for 45.47 to take the bronze there in the women's hammer throw 3 kilo under 15 event. Our field events are still rolling at the moment. As we said, Ethan's just introduced our pole vault fields, the women's under 15, under 16. Our men's under 15 and under 16 long jump, as well as our women's under 17 discus, all going along. Hey, if you're looking for the results, don't be afraid to get on Facebook, have a look at the post shared by Athletics Australia, or get on their website. Roster Athletics has all of the live updates, all of the live results rolling. Chemist Warehouse All Schools Championships here in Western Australia. Great to be back over in the West. A magnificent day, a magnificent 3 days ahead from what I've been told. And it's great to be close to a beach. It's great to be close to some chill people, some chill weather. As a Victorian, geez, I love Melbourne, but I love getting out and about somewhere like this. And Trav, how significant is this for people of Western Australia? Not to have to travel across the other side of the country every year to get to a Nationals. It's right here in your backyard. And we've seen it over the opening stages of this season. These Western Australian juniors, they're not messing about. They're here to take part, not just be amongst it. So it's awesome to be over here.
Absolutely, Mitch. The officials, the athletes, the commentators, we've all been counting down the sleeps to the All Schools Championships because we love hosting our friends from all over Australia. We love to put on a show here in the West. We have a brand new track. The track was only laid this time last year, so it's less than 12 months old. We began running on it in January, and we can really see the times that our sprinters, but also in the field, the performances that we've seen here in the West have been fantastic. So it's great to be putting on a show. We hope you can get down to City Beach at some stage, Mitch. I went for a swim yesterday. The water was absolutely perfect, and hopefully all of our interstate travellers can get to experience some of the wonders that WA has to offer. And for everyone watching at home, we hope to welcome you here in the West at some stage. But the beach has your name written all over it, Mitch.
It really does.
Later this afternoon.
It quite literally does. I've brought the budgie smugglers. I'm ready to go. It was the first thing I packed. Everyone said, really? I said, yep. Given I packed about 2 hours before the flight was taking off, it was the first thing in the kit bag. So
mate, it would be nice if you had some pants on here, though. You got the budgie
I know.
on in the commentary
everyone
box.
thought that was a bit rogue, but you've got to feel good, look good, something like that apparently, or look good, feel good, the other way around. So I'm just getting ready for City Beach. Unfortunately, we're too far away from Cottesloe for it to make sense. So City Beach will have to do. It's magnificent to be out here. I absolutely love the warm weather, so I'm beside myself, to be completely honest with you. Hey, you can see on the track now, we've got our 400-metre heats. I'll leave it to Travis to change over, and we'll get the two Western Australians to go head-to-head here. We'll get Ethan in the booth as well, and for all of you who are sick of my voice, you're about to be blessed by the dulcet tones of Ethan.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's 400-metre action time, and we have two heats of the under-17 boys, 400 metres. Top three to automatically qualify, and then the next two fastest times. From the inside in lane 2, it's Will Caddick. Lane 3, Jack Rayner of South Australia. Lane 4, Max McKenney from New South Wales. In lane 5 from Queensland, Harry Leicester. And in lane 6, the WA champ, crowd favourite, Jordan Hamilton. Clean start. Hamilton popped out beautifully. He's on the outside, closest to his home fans. Fourth at the National Championships was Jordan Hamilton. Max McKenney of New South Wales doing some nice work down the back straight. He's in the blue colours of New South Wales. Jack Rayner, the South Australian, also right up in contention. Top three to go through automatically. Will Caddick, the Victorian, is starting to make his move in lane 2. McKenney, the New South Walesman, he has a look right, he has another look left. He's a bit worried about Jordan Hamilton, who just starts to wind up. He wants to secure that third automatic qualifier, but it's the New South Welshman out in front. Will Caddick looking impressive with a bit in the tank. And McKenney has booked his place into the final. He'll go through automatically with Will Caddick and Jordan Hamilton So the big names, the favourites in the under 17 400 metres are through. So Max McKenney, 6 of the national championships. He won the gold for the New South Wales All Schools. 48.30, his lifetime best. So he'll be one of the favourites for the final. He has the quickest PB in the field. And he's booked himself a good lane for the final. As we welcome Ethan Quinlivan, the ground announcer here at the WA Athletics Stadium, week in, week out. And Ethan, it's great to have you on board for the live stream. Very good morning to you.
Morning, Travis. Great to be here. Morning, listeners and viewers at home. Fantastic day here at the WA Athletics Stadium. You're right, before Travis, I cannot see a cloud in the sky. Absolutely perfect. So for everybody that's visiting WA for the first time, if you're just watching at home in the hotel, preparing for your upcoming 2 days of competition or coming on a bit later on, it is certainly going to be a spectacle for you. Good first 400 heat, I should say. The 1,500 metres, weren't they amazing to start off the day, as well as the 2,000 metre steeplechase, and a lot is happening, as it always is here at the WA Athletics Stadium. We've got a new track that was relayed only less than a year ago. It's all fresh and ready to go. Cannot wait for it. Might just go through field, Travis.
So not too far away for the second heat of the under 17 400. I'm good, thanks, man.
Let's go. Let's introduce them.
Time now for heat 2. Under 17 400 metres from the inside in lane 2. The Victorian All Schools champ, Caleb Kilpatrick. Lane 3 from WA, Ashwin Jose. From the ACT in lane 4, it's Max Jurich. In lane 5 from New South Wales, he was the All Schools champ, Taurus Traino. In lane 6, all the way from the Northern Territory, great to have him here at these championships, Trevor Gayundur. And running out the field in lane 7 from Queensland, Ryan Waters. First 3 to qualify, next 2 fastest time. We're in starters' hands.
The learning curve is, I mean, in a normal world where I'm not delivering a tech, this is the stuff that I like. So I like volunteer at Carlton and competitions and I MC and like do like calling teams on stage and rate winning results. So yeah, I get it, but I don't get it. So I'm like, love it. In a sequence.
So we're underway in the second heat. Ryan Waters in lane 7, the extreme outside, was the Queensland All Schools champ and has a 49.82 to his name. Taurus Traino, the New South Wales champ, is starting very strongly at the 200. Also seeing the Victorian Caleb Kilpatrick. He was the Victorian champ. So we've got the Victorian, the New South Wales and the Queensland state champions on show here. But at the moment it's the Victorian Caleb Kilpatrick showing his style and grace. He's got a lovely upright stance and this is good running from the young Victorian. That's a good time too. Very nice from Taurus Traino to secure that second spot with Ryan Waters. Trevor Gayundra from the Northern Territory crossing over to complete his All Schools journey. But that was impressive from the Victorian, Caleb Kilpatrick. He won the Victorian Championships and he looks like he will be the man to beat in the final of the under 17 400 metres. Congratulations to Caleb on his dominating heat win.
screen. Yeah, I can look on. Come on, button. Alright, intro track in 3, 2, 1, go.
Next event on the track will be Heat 1 of the under-17 girls 400 metres. Some of the key athletes to look out for. In lane number 4 will be Charlotte McCaulfield. She's the under-16 all-schools gold medalist from last year. She won the national championships as well earlier on this year from Queensland. In lane number 5 will be Madeline Marston. She's the under-17 all-school silver medalist for Queensland. And then running out of lane number 6 from New South Wales will be the under-18 national bronze medalist in Sherry Herdman. First of 2 heats, the top 3 will automatically progress through to the final, then the next 2 fastest.
Have you just done them, have you? I couldn't hear you. I usually heard mid, so I couldn't. So.
Heat 1 underway cleanly right on the outside. Herdman has gotten off to a good start. She's leading them at the moment. Coming through in the middle is McCaulfield. She's represented Australia at the Commonwealth Youth Games. She's attacking the first 100 metres very hardly as they enter into the back straights. McCaulfield that leads them on the outside. Herdman's not going away quietly. Remember, when it is 2 heats, it is the top 3 fastest, then the next 2 that progress through to 200 metres they go. And it's Herdman and Marson that are out in front. Challenging them behind them, it is Marson that's also there too. Herdman and McCaulfield right up there. So with about 150 metres remaining in this race, looks like we've got one of our qualifiers set as they come into the home straight. McCaulfield will lead them down here. Herdman right on the outside. Tyre on the inside presenting a late challenge for some of these automatic spots. McCaulfield has really opened up her stride. She'll take that top spot. Making a late dash is Marson as they approach the finish line. McCaulfield will cross the line first, then it is Herdman, and then it is Marston. That is the top 3 that progress through to the final for the under-17 girls 400 metres.
Charlotte McAuliffe looking like she is in great shape. 4th at the Commonwealth Youth Games. She ran 54.89 at the Youth Games. Her last race coming into these championships, 56.16. As the quickest PB in the field. And the under-18 and under-20 400 metre national champion looking to add all schools gold here this weekend. Great to have Charlotte McAuliffe and all of her team here in WA. And she has announced herself as one of the favourites for the under-17 400 metres. Second heat not too far away. We can see competitors just organising their block positions. Get the opportunity for a nice run through. You can see the officials in position. The officials have come from all corners of the country to be here in WA. We have some of the best officials in the world in Australia. And fantastic to have the officiating team all here at the 2023 Chemist Warehouse Australian All Schools Track and Field Championships. Heat 2 not far away, Ethan. Charlotte McAuliffe, very impressive in Heat 1.
She was. She just really opened up the stride as she entered down the back straight and did not let that lead go. Came into the home straight, eyes set, firm on the prize. She did what she had to do. She qualified herself through now to the final.
I'll try and help him out. So after this, we're going to go do a TBC. Yep. And after back from the TBC will be another race. In between that race, we'll go.
Okay, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only because there's competition going on
intro the athletes.
The next event will be the second heat of the girls 400 metres for the under-17s, top 3 to automatically progress, and the next 2 fastest from both the heats. So some of the athletes to really look out for. Right on the outside, Phoebe Doran, she has a personal best of 56.10. Also right on the inside, Piper Diven. She's got a personal best of 56.30. She's the under-17 all schools state champion. And then in the middle from Victoria, we've got Scarlett Southern, who has a season's best of 58.80. There's some of the stars for this heat. Second and final one for the under-17 girls 400. Heat number 2 is away cleanly. They even start on the outside. Doran has gotten away well. So too right on the inside, Devon. She's had a fantastic first 60 metres. Into the back straight they go. And it's Doran and Devon that are the 2 leaders at the moment. From South Australia, Deanan is having a good run as they charge down the back straight. Devon and Vizjak. Victoria really doing well as they progress along the back straight through to the first 200 metres. Doran holding her own right on the outside. She's got no one to look at, so she's running blind on the inside of her. Deanan presenting a challenge into the home straight they come. Devon will be with her there. Doran will lead them in though. Devon will come through next, and then Deanan right on the outside. Top 3 to automatically progress. Looks like we could have the first 3 now. Doran with about 60 metres to go, eyes on the finish line. Devon right on the inside. She looks like she'll get the other spot. So crossing the line first, it is Doran, then it is Devon. And then getting up there was Southern for that 3rd automatic spot in the second heat of the girls 400 metres.
Clear for the bowl. Over to you, Jared. Let's
Routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Here at the All Schools Championships, field action underway just in front of the main grandstand. We have pole vault action, the under 15 and under 16 girls pole vault. Currently, the height of the bar is 2 metres 55. We are on first attempts. Victorian Jamison Harding, the national age leader in the under 15 girls age group. The All Schools record stands at 3 metres 80, so we're at 2:55 currently. So Jamison Harding, the Victorian, 370 clearance this season. Summer Jenkins, also from Victoria, second at the national championships. She cleared 265 on that day. So the under 15 pole vault running concurrently with the under 16 girls.
This is the male. Oh, sorry, what? Oh, what? Yeah.
So the under 16 pole vault final. All Schools record, 3 metres 91. The pole vault now into second round attempts at 2 metres 55.
Had an equal personal best by the looks of things, Travis, in the under 16 women's pole vault from Zara Porcy. She had a personal best and a season's best of 2:55. Looks like she's equalled that in her first round attempt, so fantastic signs already.
Lily Colville from South Australia, next to Volt in the under 16 age group. Lily Colville, personal best of 2 metres 65. Second attempt here at 2:55. And red flag goes up for Lily. She'll have one remaining attempt at 2:55. So the pole vault competition just taking place just in front of the commentary position. We don't often see the pole vault from this end of the infield. Often the pole vault is taking place down at the other end, but it's great to have the two pole vault pits in action here. So Colville looks to be just preparing for her third attempt at 2 metres 55 in the under 16 pole vault final. So last chance here for Colville to go clear and to remain in the competition. Beautiful conditions for pole vaulting here in Perth. Nina Kennedy and Curtis Marshall will be making their way to the stadium at some stage today to meet some of their adoring fans. But world-class vaulting facilities here, and unfortunately for Colville, her campaign has come to an end. She will bow out at 2 metres 55, the South Australian. Of course, Nina Kennedy, Curtis Marshall, their home training ground here at WA Athletic Stadium. Often perfect conditions once that sea breeze comes in. When the track was moved over from the old Perry Lakes Stadium, one of the key considerations about the orientation was to get the wind right for the pole vaulting team, which does also work nicely for our sprinters with a nice tailwind when that Fremantle Doctor comes in.
Just looking in the crowd, Travis, Lauren Hyde Cooling's in the crowd. She's a former pole vaulter herself, now middle distance runner, very good one too. She's doing some pole vault coaching with the Western Australian Institute of Sport. It's good to see have some experience there. She obviously was training partners with Nina Kennedy and Curtis Marshall, so she'll be able to bring all that experience into some of our junior athletes that are now taking part in pole vault as the height of the bar now reaches 2 metres 65.
So we asked them a question, you have to run the final now. You have to do that and run the final now. There's 9 athletes in it. So do you want to change your super to what age group is it? Under 18 boys, 400 metre final. Yes, it's a final now.
So the height of the bar in the pole vault has been raised to 2 metres 65.
Under 18 boys, 400 metre final. Let's test it with it in to start with, and then
So the second of our South Australian competitors, Ava Barton, national bronze medalist. She cleared 285 at the National Championships in April. And she has missed her first attempt at 265, Ava Barton.
going out now. So have you got the revised start list? Who's in one?
So I think it's pole vault action continuing. 2 metres 65. Unsuccessful here on the first attempt for our Queensland pole vaulter. Celeste Harris. I'll do this one. We're returning to the track shortly. The under 18 400 metres for men has moved to a straight final.
Stand by, you're back through the bowl now. Intro track in 3, 2, 1, go. Let's take the track. Intro the athletes when you're ready.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have a very special final on the track. The under 18 men's 400 metres has gone to a straight final, and we are now running at heat time the final of the under 18 400 metres. Here is your lineup, ladies and gentlemen. In lane 1 from the ACT, Isaac Hanna. In lane 2, G-Man Pay. In lane 3 from Queensland, Cooper Blake. In lane 4 from South Australia, Dylan Shepherd Bailey. In lane 5, 48.26 to finish with a bronze medal at the National Championships, Lockie Herbert. In lane 6, the West Australian All Schools champ, Massey Doolan. Lane 7 from Victoria, Max Franklin. Introducing in lane 8 from Queensland, Jay Campbell. And rounding out the field from Victoria, in lane 9, Benjamin Sears. Ladies and gentlemen, under 18 400 metre final. We're in starters' hands. So a straight final. And our officials have seen a little bit of eagerness from our under 18 men. Our starting team here, some of the best in the world. So from the inside, it's Hannah. G-Man Pay, 48 seconds this year. I'll be right up there in contention. A medal favourite, Cooper Blake. Shepherd Bailey in 4. Herbert 5. Massey Doolan, the big improver, in lane 6. Franklin 7. Campbell in 8. And Ben Sears in lane 9. Away cleanly this time from the inside. Hannah, Pay, Blake, Shepherd Bailey, Herbert, the bronze medalist from the National Championships, is in the New South Wales colours of lane 5 and has started nicely. Up on the shoulder of Massey Doolan from WA. Franklin, Campbell and Sears out from Victoria in lane 9 has got away beautifully. Through the halfway point. And Lachlan Herbert of New South Wales has put his ascendancy on the race. Massey Doolan just starting to lift. The West Australian is having a great run. And out in lane 9, Ben Sears right in contention for a gold medal. But here comes G-Man Pay on the inside. It's Pay, the South Australian, setting sail for home. It's Massey Doolan trying to go with him, but Pay looks out in front. Doolan trying to go well and coming home strongly is Sears. It's Doolan hitting the front on the line. It's tight. It might have just been the West Australian. Massey Doolan, 48.30 unofficially. G-Man Pay, perhaps the silver, tight on the line. Massey Doolan, he's improved incredibly this year. $48.30 unofficially. Massey Doolan, there he is on screen. G-Man Pay set the scene at the top of the straight. Massey Doolan didn't give in. Big PB.
Stand by, mate. Are you good to go? Bring them out of the stadium. Ceremony track go. And over to you. You're still on the stream, Travis.
What an exciting finish to the 400 metres for men. Still just waiting the official results here. I think Doolan on the line may have just...
He had momentum going with him. Right down the home straight, he just bolted. Saw the finish line, saw the opportunity to win a gold medal in front of his family, friends here at WA, and could have taken it, waiting official verification, of course.
G-Man Pay, so impressive over the first 300 metres.
He was. He took it out hard and fast.
He did. And Victorian Ben Sears, he secured the bronze. Massey Doolan, training partners with Josiah.
Yep. And
John, who will be coming up a little bit later in the 100 metres. Some big hopes in the 100 metre for West Australia. Olivia Dodds and Josiah John, some of the favourites. So Massey Doolan, big personal best. 49.22, his previous best, and 48.30 here unofficially. I think this.
Sorry, mate. Let's get back to the field if you're ready.
Pole vault action continues.
Sorry, there's the track. Go back to the track.
2 metres 65, round 3 in the pole vault.
Intro the next race. It's the 1800 400 metre heats.
Well, the next event that we do have on the track is the under 18 girls 400 metres. It is the first of 2 heats. As usual, the top 3 will progress automatically, then the next 2 fastest. Running out of lane 1 will be Ida Larity. Running out of lane 2 from Tasmania will be Hayden Smith. Running out of lane 4 I should say, for New South Wales will be Layla Connolly. Running out of lane number 5 for Western Australia will be Xana Papadoulis. And then running out of lane number 6 for Queensland. She won the bronze medal in this event last year. It is Giselle Carter. Well, 5 in Heat 1 and 3 will automatically progress, with the next 2 fastest having to wait on time. Smith and Carter have gotten away well. Carter right on the outside, the bronze medalist for the under-17s last year. She's gotten away nicely as they enter into the back straight. Smith is also there trying to inflict a challenge. Going with them is Connolly and then Larity right on the inside, starting to progress now. Papadoulis in behind them at the 200 metres. Carter and Smith are the 2 front runners, and they will lead them along the top bend here. Connolly and Larity not out of this just yet as well, with Papadoulis in behind them. The top 3 will automatically progress. Smith on the inside has bolted away well. She'll turn for home into the home straight, with Larity right on the inside of her. On the outside, Carter, the bronze medalist from last year. Throw a blanket over them with 60 metres to go. Larity starts to creep up, so too Carter on the outside. Larity and Carter pull away from the field now. These will be the top 2. You think, how will the order progress through? It will be Carter on the outside from Larity, and then in the middle Connolly. That will get the top 3 automatic spots through to the final with an unofficial time of 55.27.
Pole vault action continues into first attempts at 2 metres 75, the height of the bar now. There's a...
On the far pit, looks like the height's at 305, Travis, so we're creeping on up there in heights. First attempts there as well.
So the under-15, under-16 pole vault competition running concurrently. Just in front of us is the under-16s. So nice clearance there from Sienna Clare of Queensland at 2 metres 75. National silver medalist has gone clear, first to go clear at this height. Celeste Harris, her fellow Queenslander, will be next to go for her first attempt. And we're not too far away from the next heat on the track, Ethan. The
heat 2 of the under 18 girls 400 metres. Amelia Rowe on screen. She's got phenomenal 200 speed. She won the gold medal at our all schools. Running you through the field now will be heat number 2 of the under 18 girls 400 metres. From the inside from Victoria will be Amber Van Eeld. In lane number 3 from New South Wales will be Ella Penman. Lane number 4 from Tasmania will be Emma Grubb. Lane number 5 from South Australia will be Jasmine Thurl. Lane number 6 from North Queensland will be Natalie Millard. And lane number 7 from Western Australia will be Amelia Rowe. Top 3 go through automatically.
This race is going to go, Richard. Oh, sorry, we're good.
Heat number 2 will be called back to their blocks for the under 18 girls 400 metres.
That's certainly not the contract.
Green card has been presented to the field. Will be all clear. Well, they recalibrate and they are away. Rowe on the outside as expected has gotten off to a sensational start. Pretty even back in the field. Van Eed, you think on the inside, is eating up a bit of the stagger as they charge down the back straight. Rowe has taken out really hard and strong. The others on the inside trying to catch up to her. Millard there, so too Thruell. Grubb doing well. Doing nicely as well is Penman. As they go through the first 200 metres, Rose, the first one through the Penman from New South Wales, lifting now. Van Eed there too on the inside of them. Frill's doing nicely, so through to the home straight they're about to come. And it's Penman and Van Eed that will lead them down here with Rowe on the outside, just needs to come top 3. How will it all pan out? Penman enters first. Van Eed going with her. Rowe now lifting in the final stages of the race. Looks like these will be our top 3. Rowe really coming. She was from 3rd, she's gone to 2nd. She's eyeing off 1st, but she doesn't need to because she'll go through. So too will Penman, and then Van Eed right on the inside with a 57.94, the unofficial time for heat number 2 of the under 18 girls 400 metres.
Amelia Rowe, the WA champ, through. Ella Penman, she won the New South Wales All Schools Championships, has booked her place into the final.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
And introduce the next race. Go, get a shot of a Mitch.
Time for the next event on the track, ladies and gentlemen. It's heat 1 of the under 14 boys, 400 metres. Lane 2 from New South Wales, Byron Fitzsimmons. Lane 3 from Queensland, Tate Van Camp. From South Australia, Andrei Chimatov. Luca Barton from North Queensland, lane 5. Leo Strazada from Victoria, lane 6. Ashton Foley, the New South Wales All Schools champ, set a record on that day, will run from lane 7. And Jacki Westcombe from Tassie, rounding out the field. Heat 1, starters' hands.
Very good, Richard.
So away, we'll get our first look at Tate Van Camp, who runs in lane 3, the Queensland record holder over 1,500 metres. Also the under 14 8:15 national champion from earlier this year. He's had a terrific 2023, and this is our first look at Tate Van Camp here in the West, and he's in control in the early stages. Strazdella of Victoria and Ashton Foley, the New South Wales champ, in that first 3. Coming through in lane 2 is Byron Fitzsimmons, but at the top of the straight, it's our man, Tate Van Camp. What a year he's had. The national champion over 8 and 1,500, the Queensland record holder over 1,500. There's plenty of distance in those legs, and he's booked his place to the final. Great victory from Tate. Ashton Foley also going through to the final. Byron Fitzsimmons also up there in the top 3. And well done to Luca Barton, finishing off his All Schools experience. Hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you might be watching around Australia. As you mentioned earlier, Ethan, maybe athletes back at team headquarters. Just getting a feel of the atmosphere down here at the stadium. There's a good crowd in. There's just a light southwester just coming in. Plenty of action all the way around the infield too, with field events underway.
Yep, plenty of people enjoying it in the grandstands. Also, if you haven't been to the WA Athletic Stadium before, we've almost got tents on the back straight. The umbrellas that you can sit under. good to see a lot of people enjoying the incredible athletics events from that view there.
Pole vault into second round attempts at 2 metres 75.
Chemist Warehouse, your father's right. A bit smaller. Yeah. Yeah, another strip. And then the WA logo. Yeah. Next to Chemist
Ava Barton from South Australia with a second round miss. So now into third and final attempts at 275.
Sorry, Mitch, can we go back to the track?
No, you're fine. Double headsets.
Final preparations underway for the second heat of the under 14 boys 400 metres. Running in the inside from Victoria, Oscar Ellis. From the Northern Territory, Mitchell Schiltz. Running in lane 4. He has flown down all the way from Port Hedland. He was the All Schools champ for WA in this event. Brooklyn Bennett. Lane 5 from South Australia, Nathan Trotter. Lane 6, Tom Gartland, Tasmania. And from the ACT, Thomas Madigan in lane 7. Starters' hands for the second heat of the under 14 400 metres. Away we go, under 14, 400 metres, second heat. From the inside, it's Ellis, Schiltz, Bennett, Trotter, Gartland, and Madigan of the ACT in the outside. So punching in to a bit of a headwind down the back straight. Nathan Trotter has started well. Brooklyn Bennett, the double B, tall figure from Port Hedland, the West Australian favourite son, has run a nice first 220 coming through. Oscar Ellis of Victoria, first 3 to qualify automatically. The Tasmanian, Tom Gartland, has run a nice first 300 metres, finds himself clearly in third. The energy just conserved now. Still a big final in a couple of days' time. Oscar Ellis, he wants a good lane for the final, and he books his place into that final. Brooklyn Bennett of WA has also gone through, with Tom Gartland of Tasmania securing the third of the automatic qualifications. Big names are through, Ethan, for the under 14 final. Brooklyn Bennett, the Port Hedland fella, will be right up in contention. Ashton Foley looked like he was in good form, and it should be a great final. The under 14 boys.
Certainly looking forward to that. That heat one was just unbelievable. With, of course, Tate Van Camp just in absolute cruise control throughout the first initial phases of the race.
Track action will continue, Ethan, with the under 14 girls, 2 heats.
Looking forward to heat 1. We'll introduce them in just a moment, but just to give a little bit of a teaser, Adelaide Pitts, she won the silver medal at her State All Schools. She won the gold medal earlier on this year at the National Championships. She'll be running out of lane number 7 right on the outside. Maggie Robertson flying the flag for South Australia, the under-14 state champion, all schools for her. The height of the bar in pole vault directly in front of us is raised at 285. Heat number 1 of the under-14 girls 400 metres is on the track now. So going out of lane number 2 from the nation's capital, Talia Robertson. Going out of lane number 3 from Western Australia will be Lucy O'Donnell. Going out of lane number 4 from South Australia will be Maggie Robertson. Lane number 5 from North Queensland, Isabel Driscoll. Lane number 6 from South Australia will be Tiffany Idra. And from lane number 7 from New South Wales will be Adelaide Pitts. Top 3 go through, next 2 fastest. Away well on the outside, Pitts a national champion, you'd expect that. Also doing nicely on the inside is O'Donnell from Western Australia. Doing well is Driscoll as well, right on the outside. Into the back straight they progress, and it is Pitts that has the lead at the moment as they make their way down there. Driscoll's doing well, Pitts has really put her foot down. O'Donnell on the inside from WA doing nicely, so too Robertson. So through to 200 metres they go. Pitts is well out in front. The top 3 will automatically progress. Coming through right on the inside is O'Donnell. She's trying to give Driscoll a bit of a challenge here, who's on their outside. Nobody at the moment can challenge Pitts, the national champion, as she enters into the home straight. Robertson from the nation's capital is really lifted into the home straight. She'll join O'Donnell as they charge down the home straight. Pitts is well out in front. O'Donnell starts to lift now. Robertson on the outside of her, going with her. So too Nigeria from right on the outside, but it will be Pitts that takes the top spot in heat number 1. Crosses the line, the national champion, through to the final. So too O'Donnell. And then Driscoll from North Queensland will progress through to the final as well automatically. So we welcome back Mitch Dyer back into the commentary box. Hello, Mitch.
Ethan, great to be back in here, mate. I was just out having a roam around the track. It was absolutely beautiful. Was loving every second of what was going on out there. So it's fantastic 400 metre racing. Yourself and Travis sounding magnificent over the microphone. So it's a pleasure to be back up here in Pitts. As you mentioned, she was the inform going into heat number 1, and she came out on top, secures herself, as you mentioned earlier, or it might have been Trav, you want to get a good lane heading into these finals.
Yep.
And that's exactly what she was able to do, the New South Welsh woman. So impressive racing. The second heat will be up very shortly. They make their way out to the blocks, but it's been a beautiful effort out here this morning in sunny, gorgeous Western Australia, it must be said.
Tended on especially for you.
I love a bit of sunshine, so it's a blessing to be here.
Uh, 14.
Yeesh!
Don't get some away.
So on the field now, or on the track, I should say, it's the second of two heats in the women's under 14 400 metres. Out of lane number 2 from Queensland, it's Zara Ferguson. Out of lane number 3 on her outside shoulder, also from Queensland, it is Matilda Langley. In lane number 4 from the ACT, it's Penny Wren. In lane number 5, the Western Australian, it's Mia Shelley. In lane number 6 from the Northern Territory, it's Alicia David. And in the outside lane, rounding it out from Tasmania, in lane number 7, it is Riley Bain. These are all your starters here in the second of the women's under 14 400 metre heats. So we'll come back here for a second time and leave them back in the starters' hands. The second of two heats, the women's under 14, 400 metres. So green card up, unsteady. Top 3 automatically through to the final. Next 2 fastest across these 2 heats will join. So away cleanly now. It's Ferguson, Langley, Wren, Shelley, David and Bain. That's inside to out. The Tasmanian and Bain quick to jump and give them something to chase. Shelley, the Western Australian, in the middle of the track now, just picking up the stagger rather quickly. On the inside second from that is Langley, the Queenslander. And also on her inside shoulder is Ferguson. So the top 3 are automatic. The next 2 fastest times across these 2 heats will be joining them in this final. And it's all about that lane draw if you can get yourself there. The Western Australian in Shelley, she's the furthest out in front. The next one on the inside is Langley. She'll pick up the stagger of the outside shoulder, and her Queensland counterpart in Ferguson will join her in 3rd position. So these 3 currently are booking themselves a spot in the final. They'll try and get up on the outside shoulder on the inside of it of Shelley, the Western Australian. She enters the straight first. 2 Queenslanders going back and forth, Langley and Ferguson. They're going to go through 2nd and 3rd, but out in front, there's no disputing it. The Western Australian on the home track will get there first, and Shelley will find herself in a final just a touch under the 60-second marker. Next back there was Ferguson, then to Langley coming through the Tasmanian. And great racing from Bain from the nation's capital. It's Wren, and rounding it out here from the Northern Territory is David. They'll go in that order, but those first 3, they're through and home. It was Shelley, back to Langley, then Ferguson. And they'll find themselves in this final for the women's under 14, 400 metres.
Hi everyone, I'm Kelsey Lee Barber, Tokyo Olympics bronze medalist. I've just finished a training session in preparation for a big summer of athletics here in Australia. It's an awesome time of year to get involved in summer sport, especially athletics. So whether you want to run, jump, walk, roll or throw, like me, sign up to your club today and get involved for your sporting summer.
Pole vault just getting over, I believe it's 385 possibly on the bar, 325 in front of us here as well. So our women's pole vaulters still going at it. The Western Australians have a stranglehold on the pole vaulting event. Juniors and seniors, obviously, we saw in the World Championships, both our pole vault medalists coming out of the WAIS. So always been a strong pole vaulting state over here. Now they get to do it on the home turf. Ethan, it's impressive what they've built over here in Western Australia. Exciting
Being inside the doors of the WA Institute of Sport, just the facilities that they've got there, just world class. And that's what happens when you've got world class athletes. You need the facilities to match, and that's what we've got here. And it's good to see it's trickling down to our juniors, our junior pole vaulters, not just in WA but around the nation, are doing remarkably well.
So you can see third attempts at 385 it is. So third and finals. It's our Victorian now moving out there by the looks of it. So our 15s and 16s are running at the same time here. But I think that might be the 16s on the screen. In fact, yeah, Victorian jumping, I'm going to say it might be Jamison Harding, a 375, her personal best. So a clearance here, if it is Harding, I believe it to be, would be a personal best. So last attempt at it, in front of us, still trying to balance the bar of that under 16 event. But on the runway, Victorian in Harding, I believe. We'll try and get a look. Doesn't have the bib on the front, which always makes it a little bit more difficult. But nevertheless, Victorian on the runway, third attempt at 385. And you can't see the bar in front of you, but let me tell you, from the grandstands, it looks enormous. So in her stride now. Last attempt at it here. Third attempt, 385. On the marker, up, and just clips on the way down. And it was Harding. So Jamison Harding, the Victorian, looked like the last one possibly remaining in this competition. We'll get a read on it, but she'll finish up before the 385 personal best was able to be achieved. In front of us as well, the under-16 event, our Western Australian, which is what brought us to speaking about that dominance that they have over this, obviously at a global scale with Curtis and Nina, and you can trace all the way back to Steve Hooker's gold medal. It's Cassia Brown, a 325 for her on the board. So that'll be the end of the competition there. And Cassia Brown will go for a run. So they're not quite ready for her just yet. Having a bit of trouble balancing the pole here. It's got to be absolutely precise and exact. You do not want this thing out by even a millimetre, because clipping anything makes the world of difference. So our pole vaulters will continue to move along. And it's Cassia Brown, the Western Australian, as we said, who's just gone for a jog up the track. We'll get her feet underneath her.
From the gold medal at all schools, Mitch. Apparently very experienced. She's gone through a run. I mean, just looking in the stands now, I can see one of her coaches, Lauren Hyde, calling. She's a middle distance runner now, former 4 metre plus pole vault, I think 425. She's very experienced, and good to see she's passing on some of the knowledge down. She'd have a lot of knowledge from both herself and her time spending with Nina Kennedy, obviously former training partner of hers, also Curtis Marshall. So a lot of experience can be passed down to these junior competitors. It's fantastic to see that is what Lauren is doing now with their role at the WA Institute of Sport.
And over cleanly and by an absolute country mile was Cassia Brown. So clearly doing a bunch of great work down there. Hyde Cooling and co at WAIS as we turn our attention back to the track now. And we have another final ahead of us. It's the men's under 15 200-metre hurdles of all events. So these gentlemen will now stand behind the line. It's the men's under 15 200-metre hurdles final. On the inside lane, out of lane number 2 from Western Australia, it's Miel Fuentes. Lane number 3 from the nation's capital, ACT, it's Henry Martin. In lane number 4 from Queensland, Jackson Frost. In lane number 5 from New South Wales, it's Cameron Badger. In lane number 6 from North Queensland, it's Blake Gregory. And rounding it out in lane number 7 from Victoria, it's Evan Bainbridge. These are your competitors here in the men's under 15 200-metre hurdle championship of Australia. So a quick delay here just for a moment before we get underway in this 200-metre hurdle, so bear with us. A momentary pause in scheduling. The boys will take a step away from their starting blocks for a moment. So bear with us here for a few minutes.
of the under 15 200 metre hurdles, I should say, making a great charge. This is a time final right on the inside. It is Frost in the middle, had a bit of a fall. Now making his way through, it is Badger. Challenging him on the outside, it is Bainbridge. Bainbridge and Badger as they approach the finish line. One flight to go. Bainbridge and Badger, it is Badger that separates and takes out the first time final. Right on the inside, Fuentes for third spot. That is the first time final for the under 15 boys. 200 metre hurdles. They've laid down some pretty good challenges. The wind plus 2.4. Just over the allowable amount. Second final still to come. But the challenge has been made. It'll be hard to get a medal in these time finals.
I'll turn these off for a second.
Next event on the track will be time final number 2 for the under 15 boys 200 metre hurdles. Running out of lane number 2, South Australia, Ken. Lane number 3 from Queensland will be Leonardo Seventh. Lane number 4 from Western Australia will be Isaac Gunn. Lane number 5 from New South Wales will be Zach Evans. From Victoria, running out of lane number 6 will be Matthew Malicis. And running out of lane number 7 from the Australian Capital Territory is Braden Worth. That will round out the field for timed final number 2 for the under 15 boys 200 metre hurdles.
So the second of these time finals is underway. Malias, the Victorian, one to watch. Evans now moving through nicely. 25.76, the time that they need to beat the South Australian in Ferrite Takawa. He's on the inside, moving nicely too. Matty Malias now rounds the bend. He's the fastest coming into it. He only has 3 more flights, potentially to crown himself a national champion. He's over the second last set. 1 more to go. 25.76. Watch the clock. He's under. He gets there, the Victorian. Sensational racing. Ferrante Tanakawa on the inside, back to Ceramit. They'll have to wait on times. But Matthew Malias, Only the one clip at the end. He crowns himself national champion, the Victorian. And he will be stoked with a 24.76. 25.76 it was that took out the first of the time finals. We'll have to wait for the remainder of the medals. But Matthew Malias, you are the national champion. So you can see down here at the pole vault, 2 jumping. It's Brown, the Western Australian, who just missed there. And also Zayanya Holloway from the ACT. So a 320 clearance. They're both jumping at 45 here at the moment. It was the first miss for the Western Australian. And our competitor from the nation's capital, she'll be jumping soon. So personal best there. That's what you need for these national championships. You need to be performing your best at the best possible time. So these two will do battle. There wouldn't be too many National Australian gold medalists, I would think, in the pole vault event. So an impressive performance here early. As we'll turn our attention back to the track, and you can see on your screen here, it's our women's under 15 200-metre hurdle championship. It's the only final, not time final, so this will be it here out in front of you right now. In lane number 2 from New South Wales, it's Angelina Burford. In lane number 3, also from New South Wales, it's Molly Raymond. In lane number 4 from Victoria, it's Jemima Hood. In lane number 5 from Western Australia, it's Demi Bell. In lane number 6, also from Western Australia, it's Layla Scott. In lane number 7 from the ACT, it's Aisha Shave. In lane number 8 from Queensland, it's Addison Farniazo. And rounding it out in lane number 9 from North Queensland, it is Hayley Collis. These are all your competitors here in the women's under 15 200-metre hurdle championship of Australia.
Away well on the inside was Barefoot, so too Raymond on the outside of her. Doing nicely is Shave right on the very outside. Raymond on the inside starts to progress up as they make their way off the curve and into the home straight. It'll be Raymond and Shave, the two that battles it out for these top 2 medals at the moment. Raymond still out in front. Shave issuing a challenge now. Coming through on the inside of her is Hood. Raymond now starts to lift over the final barrier. She goes, has a little clip, but that doesn't stop her. She wins the gold medal on the outside of her. Collis, silver, 28.30. The unofficial time there, with the plus 3.9 behind them. A good run there for our winner in Shave. The national under 15 all schools champion is what she'll be able to call herself now.
Stand by to get back to the pole vault. Anyone jumping? They just jumped. What
What was the ACT girl's name again? It's under 16 down here, isn't it? Yeah. Under 15. So Cassia Brown on the runway here. That's 3:45 on it. So this will be her second attempt. And 2 remaining in this competition. Holloway, I believe, clear from the nation's capital. So in front of you here, the Western Australian will go up. So through the motions and up now and over. Oh, with ease too. So just need to get over the jitters of the first jump. And 3:45 and the competition keeps on rolling down here at the women's pole vault.
When you announce them.
The venue, they need to know. Yeah, so if someone comes on this mic. What is it? Under 17 boys, 100 metres. Yep. Heats are not required. Okay. And the final will be at the final time of 3:25 this afternoon. Under 17 boys, 100 metres. No heats are required.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Our next event on the track will be the under 16 boys 200 metre hurdles. This is a straight final. Running out of lane number 1 from Western Australia will be Wyatt Hill. Running out of lane number 2 from New South Wales will be Oliver Fazer. Running out of lane number 3 from Victoria will be Cooper Hocklam. From Queensland, running out of lane number 4 will be Sean Putra Soloso. Running out of lane number 5 from Western Australia will be Ewan Barker. Running out of lane number 6 from the Australian Capital Territory will be Blake Derry. From Victoria, running out of lane number 7 will be Jake Frost. Running out of lane number 8 from New South Wales will be Andres Hampel. And to round out the field, running out of lane number 9 from South Australia will be Max Thompson. That is the lineup. Under 16 boys, 200 metre hurdles.
So away cleanly, Barker, the Western Australian, jumped well on his outside shoulder. From the ACT was Deary. Now Putra the Queenslander, starting to get into it too. A full field here. Facer from New South Wales wants to round the bend nicely. The Victorian even wider than that in Frost. He comes in now. Putra though the best to get there at the moment. Facer now gets right up on his shoulder. Barker not far away. Oh, slight stumble. The Queenslander ACT. Barker. I think the nation's capital has it. Barker. On that outside shoulder, I think just got the best of Butcher Cicillo. And a slight stumble from Oliver Facer as the rest of the field now gets around the young man. It was great racing. And it's fortunately what has happened in these hurdle events. He'll be okay. Still so young out here and brave racing in the under-16 event. We'll have to wait for the official results. But I think it will go the way of Canberra. Down here at the pole vault, it's 3:45, just missed the clearance here. So only our WA athlete over at the moment. So we'll keep progressing in this women's under-16 pole vault event. So Holloway will put the pole away just briefly. She'll be the last to jump. It's 3:45 is on the board, so it'll be a personal best if she can get there. Only the Western Australian has cleared. She might even opt not to jump the third. Looks like there's a conversation going on underneath the tarpaulin down here. Important to stay in the shade. Just how hot it can get in WA. 27 it's meant to rocket up to. 23 on the track right now. We heard from, I believe it was the Perth Yacht Club that said that the wind would start coming in right about now, and indeed it is. So Chemist Warehouse Australian All-School Championships back here in WA. Been a few years since we've seen it over here in the West. But great to be back here nonetheless. Brought to you by Puma as well, major sponsor. And some of Australia's best athletes are rocking the Pumas around the traps. Curtis Marshall, the Western Australian, one of the highest profile of them. Same as Nina Kennedy. So clearly if you want to be in some good shoes that get you moving fast and jumping high.
Oh, definitely.
It's the Pumas. Jen Gregson as well. So a big plethora of Australian athletes are in these.
Rowan Browning as well, of course.
Rowan, naturally. So we're set to announce here on the track. It's our women's under 16 200 metre hurdles. This is the first of two timed finals. We'll read them out as they're in their lane order. Out of lane number 2 from Western Australia, it's Rosie Booth. In lane number 3 from South Australia, it's Lily Colville. In lane number 4 from New South Wales, it's Taman Lamperay. In lane number 5 from ACT, it's Annie Baker. And in lane number 6 from Victoria, it's Faith Little. These are how they read here in the first, the 2-time finals for the women's under 16 200-metre hurdles.
Clean start away well was Clovel on the inside. Lamperay has had a fantastic first 40 or so metres. Little right on the outside doing nicely. Clovel trying to go with Lamperay as they come off the curve and into the home straight. Lamperay's the finish line in her sights. Now she's the first to enter into the straight. On the outside, Little challenging her at the moment. Clovel right on the inside doing well. Lamperay in the middle. She's really burst away. Got a hurdles flight between her and the rest of the field. She'll cover the final one gloriously and take the win here. Little on the outside for second, and then Clovel from South Australia to pick up third spot. 28.23 the unofficial time there with a legal wind of a plus 1.0. Lamperay has really laid down the challenge here for the remaining competitors in the under 16 girls 200-metre hurdles.
So great racing there in the first of 2-time finals we mentioned. And as we now take a look down here, only one remaining in the women's under 16 pole vault. Holloway just clipped there. The Western Australian in brown, she's the only one left in it. Over 345, so we'll see where this bar goes up to. 355 it is, so she'll ramp it up and go through the motion. She's been clearing these with a fair bit of distance, has Brown. She's looked so comfortable and in control of how she's been jumping. So on the home grandstand, with the family, the friends, whoever else is here in this beautiful Western Australian Athletic Stadium. 355 it is on the board for Brown. So Brown on the runway. Here she goes, the Western Australian. 355 on it. First attempt here up and just clips on the way up. So some slight adjustments I'm sure will be made. And we can see in front of us the tech that goes on down here at the WAIS. I can see the filming. I can see it all ahead of us. So she'll have another 2 cracks at this as our next final is on the track now.
It is. It's the under 16 girls 200-metre hurdles running from the inside out of lane number 2 from North Queensland. It is Isabella Chester. In lane number 3 from New South Wales, it is Neve Jenkins. Lane number 4 will see Charlie Sullivan from Victoria running out of it. Lane number 5 from Western Australia, Daisy Chance. And to round out the field, in lane number 6 from South Australia will be Ashley James. That is the lineup. Final number 2 for the under 16 girls 200-metre hurdles.
So we're away here. It's the second of two-time finals for the women's under 16. Looking really smooth in the middle of the track is Sullivan, the Victorian. She gets right up on the stagger. Inside of her is Jenkins. Moving through as well from North Queensland is Chester. Outside of that, the widest is James. They make their way in here, so they have to beat the time of the first race to get themselves a medal. The Victorian in Sullivan, the best to do it. Inside shoulder moving nicely is Jenkins from New South Wales. She might just creep up on the inside of it. One more flight left. Needs to push the Victorian just there. And over the line, too, it was Jenkins. And then back to Chester, but it was 28-23 that was the fastest from Lamparé in the first one. So she'll come out with a gold medal in that first of two-time finals. But we'll have to wait and see where the next two medals come from. But great racing there from Sullivan, Jenkins, Chester. Bowled to the finish line here in the women's under 16 200-metre hurdles. Is like here in this the grandstand in the booth. There's so much tech going on. The guys here do such an amazing job naturally, but as we focus back on the national track, it's Brown who's going for her last attempt here, the Western Australian at 3:55. Now some vocal coaching. Hyde Cooling, who you mentioned down here at the WAIS, is up. She's watching, and it is
$1 million iPad as well.
yeah. Right there. So it is Brown, the Western Australian. 3:55 it is on the board. Third attempt. First one was close. And she'll have an attempt now at 3:55 on the board. Cassia Brown up and just clips the Western Australian. The national champion nonetheless here, Cassia Brown. That was an attempt at 3:55, just clipped. But she'll enjoy a home national championship. Hard to come by for Western Australians. Great to be back out here in a sunny, beautiful state of Western Australia. Up on the track next, they're just clearing these hurdles. It'll be a variety of 800-metre finals. We know that they can be pure carnage, the 800. And they'll be throwing their hands around these men's under 15 to kick us off. Then we have a slew of field eventers from long jump to shot put to everything in between. But it will be our men's under 15 800 and a big, big group of them. You can see, I'm going to say there's 12 to 13 of the nation's up-and-coming superstars ready to go. And I'm joined back in the box now with Travis. And Trav, be a big 800-metre fan yourself, wouldn't you?
Mitch, I do enjoy the two laps, and it's always very interesting here with the wind in WA because you have to really punch into it down the back straight. We can see the sea breeze has kicked in now, but you do have that lovely breeze at your back coming home, so it's often hard to chase down the leaders. So if you can get to the top of the straight in front, you are a little bit harder to chase down. But of course, if you're good enough, you will.
If you can get there, you'll get there. So as I said, there's plenty of field events going on, from long jump to shot puts to hammer throws out in the middle there. So we'll keep you updated as they progress, or if you're looking to get updates without us having to tell you, you can go on to the live results via Athletics Australia. They're up to date incredibly fast. And so you won't have to rely on us to relay the information back to you. In fact, you might even get it sooner than what we give it to you. But on the track and finished, just missing 355 was Cassia Brown, the Western Australian. So she'll leave with a 345 national title on home soil, the blue tartan track. Every man and his dog is on the track here at the moment. This will be a busy opening 400 metres, I can tell you that much. And when you get into these younger ages, these junior events, it can be a fair bit of carnage. I've used that word quite a few times in the call this morning, and that's because the best way to describe it is this is the infancy of your athletic careers. When you're coming through this under 14, under 15, under 16 event, this is where you really start to find your feet. So these gentlemen will do just that out here this morning, or approaching this afternoon. In fact, it is this afternoon. So on the track now, you can see in front of you plenty of young men out on the start line. Well, that's your under 15 800 metre final and a huge field. So we'll do our best to get through all of these. At lane number 1, it is James Artemis from Western Australia. And lane number 2 from South Australia, it's Juvenal Doko Chatoka. In lane number 3, they're accompanied here. Queenslander on the inside is Luke Unwin. And on his outside shoulder from the ACT is Kieran Shepherd. In lane number 4 from Victoria, it's Finn Johnson. In lane number 5 on the inside, Tanner Munro of North Queensland. From the ACT on his outside shoulder is Michael Onyeki. In lane number 6 from New South Wales, it's Evan Morrison. In lane number 7 on the inside from the NT, it's Joseph Cabwere. In lane number 7 on the outside is Braden Doran of New South Wales. Lane number 8 by himself from Victoria, Oscar Wright. Lane number 1, or 9 I should say, on the inside from Queensland, it's Thomas Naylan. And on his outside shoulder, rounding it out from Western Australia, it's Sebastian Little. These are all your competitors here in the men's under 15 800 metre final.
Away in the under 15 800 metre final at the 2023 Chemist Warehouse All Schools National Championships, and getting a good start, Kieran Shepherd from the ACT. He won the National Championships earlier this year. The Queenslander out in front currently, Luke Unwin, and also the Victorian in second. James Artemis, is the West Australian, is in the middle of the pack as we settle into stride at the 200. What are the tactics here, Mitch, just to hold things up a little, do you feel?
It depends on whether they back the kick in or not. If you want to get out and string it out early, that genuinely means that you want to try and get the kick out of the legs of those that have it. So the Queenslander looks to be doing just that. Bridges a gap as well for this opening 4, so the Victorian on the back of it might have to be the one to try and bridge it. It's right on the outside shoulder, so the Victorian chasing is going to be Johnson. So 57.32 it was through the marker there. On his back shoulder there from the ACT, I believe, might be Shepherd, as he sits there looming in second position. This group of 4 has made a move, and they're going to try and drag anybody along with them if they can, but it doesn't look like they will. The Queenslander up the back straight, though. He's going to boom up here and try and break the spirit of those behind him.
Luke Unwin leading the way. Kieran Shepherd, the reigning national champion, in second place overall. And then with hip number 8, Oscar Wright, the Victorian. 200 metres to go. Shoulder to shoulder, these two young men go. Who will decide the national champion of Australia? It's going to be tight. It's the 2 number 3s. It's Unwin and Shepherd battling it out. Shepherd trying to find that extra little kick at the top of the straight. Unwin giving it his all. It's Shepherd and Unwin. They go heel to heel, toe to toe. It's Unwin just in front, holding out the reigning national champion. It's Unwin and Shepherd to the line. Unwin, the Queenslander, takes gold. Shepherd, the silver. And getting home for the bronze in hip number 9 is Thomas Nelson.
Well, what a performance we just saw there. You thought maybe they'd run out of gears. But the Queenslander, he's popped his arms out and he says, can you believe that? That was simply incredible. He looked like he was done, Luke Unwin, coming into the straight. And he's found something you can only dream of, a little bit of extra energy. A great battle on his outside shoulder. Kieran Shepherd threw absolutely everything at it. And Nealon, the Queenslander, well, he gets up for a bronze medal. So what a way to kick off the 800s here this afternoon. Great racing from our men's under 15s.
Ladies and gentlemen, time to introduce competitors in the next event on the track, the under 15 girls 800 metre final. Here is your lineup in lane 1 from South Australia, India, Goodall. In lane 2, Violet Owen. Sharing lane 3 on the inside from New South Wales, Paige Murray. Also in lane 3 on the outside, Maya Robinson of South Australia. Lane 4, Edith Mukaracha. In lane 5 on the inside from Tasmania, Zali Westcombe. In lane 5 on the outside from Queensland, Piper Snow. In lane 6, fourth of the National Championships, Mia Chizoniti. In lane 7 on the inside from Victoria, Claudia Tierney. On her outside, the West Australian, Olivia McKay. In lane 8 from New South Wales, Kira Tui. In lane 9, in the inside from North Queensland, Selvana Ross. And rounding out the field in lane 9, Leah Allen of Western Australia. We're set under 15, 800 metre final.
So we're underway here. A massive field like we just saw in the men's event will be the same in the women's. They'll get through this first 100 metres. They'll make the crossing point. You can see the green cones on the back straight. That's where they'll all move across and try and find a spot. Looks like the outside of the track will be happiest to take up the running inside that might get swallowed there. India Goodall from South Australia and Co on her shoulder. So the widest of them, I think, might be the Queenslander potentially in Chizonti. And, in fact, it will be. So she'll get there first. Call it 32-33 through the opening 200 metres. So plenty of pace in it. They're strung out nicely. Everybody has a spot. A little bit of movement in the middle of the pack. We'll get a better read on exactly who's going to come past us here. But the Queenslander leads it out with a fair bit of confidence. Looks like a Tasmanian 1-2 punch behind there. And that will be Wescombe, followed by Owen. So Owen now moves through. She was on the outside. And still leading it out here is Chizonti, Owen, Webscombe. The New South Welshman coming through now, and that's going to be Tui. And she moves past the Tasmanian. Further wide than that is Allen, the Western Australian. 64.5 it is through the opening 400 metres. So they're not messing around here whatsoever. And this big pack will make their way up the back straight for the last time.
And Chizuniti, fourth at the National Championships, has Violet Owen hot on her heels. She was the 1,500 metre national champion earlier this year, second in the 800. And she's currently sitting nicely in second position. It's going to be a nice tight battle. Kira Tui, don't discount her, the bronze medalist from the National Championships. She's now sitting in the bronze medal position with 200 metres to run.
So they'll start to move now. The Queenslander's been leading it in Chizonti. She's doing her best piece of work to try and get rid of everybody behind her. This pack now starting to move really nicely, though. They might try and put themselves into the race. The Tasmanian sitting there beautifully. Violet Owen, you mentioned, a national champion. She'll just try and wheel around the Queenslander if she can. 100 metres to go. A little bit further back from New South Wales, starting to move too. But these two out in front. It's going to be the Queenslander. She wants to go gun to tape, and I think she'll do just that. She's an idiot. It is. She's going to take it out and be the national champion. 2:12 to go with it. Impressive racing. It's Owen back then to Tui, and they'll go 1, 2, 3. But what a performance. 2:12.05 to go with it. In hot conditions, trying conditions, she's come out on top.
Big
She's
PB, Mitch, 2:12.69 her previous best, so she's brought her A game to the WA Athletic Stadium.
And what a great stadium to bring it to. So a personal best along with the national championship. It doesn't get much better than that here in the women's under 15 800.
The 800 metre finals keep rolling along. The under 16 boys not too far away, Mitch.
Certainly not. And it's another huge field, so it's a mouthful, some of these lists, I'll tell you that much for free. It took me a while to even get the leader of that race's name right, but we got there in the end. So impressive racing. I mean, athletics in Australia, I feel like I say this every time I'm on the microphone, it's in a really unique position in that, you know, we've just won the award for, I guess what it becomes is the most up-and-coming federation on global athletics, which is incredibly exciting. You know, we've hosted a World Championships this year. We've had world champions or championship medalists. The list goes on and on. Cameron Myers, world junior record holder. You know, it's been an amazing year. Our women in sport have been terrific. So athletics is in a great position. It all starts here at these junior championships. So this is the future of the sport ahead of you right now on a beautiful December day here in Western Australia. So on the track now, it's our men's under 16 800 metre final. In lane number 1, all by himself from Queensland, it's Caden McFarlane. In lane number 2 from New South Wales, it's Nathaniel Clark. In lane number 3, the Western Australian, it's Harvey Pate. In lane number 4 from Queensland, it's Liam O'Neill. In lane number 5 on the inside from South Australia, it's Rhett Reed. In lane number 5, also on the outside shoulder from New South Wales, it's Alexander Marshall. In lane number 6, all by himself from WA, it's Matty Stoner. In lane number 7 on the inside from Victoria, it's Lucas Kiss. In lane number 7 on the outside shoulder from North Queensland, it's Ben Lacham. In lane number 8 from the ACT, it is Samuel McCabe. In lane number 9 on the inside from the ACT, it's Ellie Dents. And in lane number 9 on the outside shoulder from Victoria, it's Avery McDermott. This is how they read here from inside to out in the men's under 16 800 metre final.
So strong Queensland contingent to go here in the under 16 800 metres. Liam O'Neill, 156.82 to win the Queensland titles. He's wearing hip number 4. He's the taller of the two Queenslanders. Harvey Pyatt of Western Australia is pushing up nicely in the early stages. Matthew Stoner has decided to go to the front. He's just got a nice loping stride. He likes to look around. He has a great awareness of where he is. He's had a good domestic start to his season. The WA champ, Lucas Chiz of Victoria, on Stoner's shoulder. McDermott tucked in nicely. Dent, look for a fast finishing Dent in the last 150 metres. And if you find yourself in front of the top of the straight, you're a good chance. But Stoner will lead him through the bell with 400 metres remaining.
So Dent now creeps up on the shoulder there. You mentioned he'll be fast finishing. He wants to try and do it at the bell. So he goes right around Stoner. Chiz it is in third. O'Neill, the Queenslander as well, tried to get around the shoulder at the same time, but might have just missed the move. So now they start to move up the front now. It's the man from the ACT, though, doing it best. And he's moving with a lot of purpose and a lot of action. So he's right up the back straight now. Chiz, the Victorian, tasked to try and go chase him. And they're doing just that. So this win kicked in immediately. The big pack benefited. And now the Victorian and Chiz, he's going to go right around the shoulder of the man of the Australian Capital Territory. So 1:34 it was at the clock. Chiz has just turned the gear. He's ripped it out of the car. The gearbox doesn't exist. He's hit them all. So Chiz, the Victorian, now 100 metres to go. He has a pack of men chasing him. The Victorian went early. They start to come now. I think it's O'Neill, the Queenslander, who's going to start to move. It is. He's on the outside shoulder of Marshall, but Chiz made the move. He doesn't have to look. He's the national champion. 158 it was that got there. And that is magnificent racing. I think that was Alexander Marshall, the New South Welshman, who got up for second. So great racing, and Chiz can't believe it. He's run over to the open grass behind him, and he's crowned himself the national champion. 158.42 on the clock. It was blistering, and what a move that was with 200 metres to go.
It was impressive. He showed plenty of composure coming down the home straight. He'll be one of the favourites too for the 1500 later on in these championships. He's got his 2023 All Schools campaign off in fine fashion. The Victorian, our final competitor, crossing through the line. The next event on the track, Mitch, will be one of the highlights. The top 4 from the national championships are all competing here. So on that occasion, the finishing order was Rose Ackland, Shane Murray, Hannah Tobin, and then Anna Colgan just outside the medals in 4th. So it'll be another very interesting contest here at the WA Athletics Stadium for the under-16 women's 800 metres.
7-1 or 7-2? Oh, 7-1. Yep, that's McGee. Just confirming that's McGee.
So Tiana McGee not taking the field.
Yeah, 7-1.
So that'll leave Anna Colgan in lane 7 on her own. Time now for the next event on the track, the under-16 girls 800 metre final. A great field in place. The top 4 finishers from the national championships are here to want to do battle. And the inside, it's the national champion over 400 and 800 metres, Rose Ackland. From New South Wales in lane 2, Annalise Blattman. In lane 3 from Victoria, Honor Tobin. In lane 4 from Queensland, Lola Bryant. Lane 5 from Tasmania, Mia Van Natugem. In lane 6 from Tasmania, Ashley Felberg. In lane 7, 4th of the National Championships, the WA champ. In lane 7 from WA is Anna Colgan. In lane 8, Shane Murray, New South Wales. In lane 9, representing North Queensland, Caitlin McGee. And rounding out the field, Scarlett White from WA. The scene is set for the final of the under-16 women's 800 metres.
So we're away in racing here, the women's under-16 800 metre final, another full field, and as we've mentioned, it's a quality one at that, so to make their way around onto this back straight and see who can get there first. On the inside, it could be Ackland. In fact, it will be. So the Queenslander should get there on a Tobin. The Victorian will just put herself in the middle of this pack. And as you mentioned, the Western Australian state champion in Colgan, well, she's right amongst it as well. So this group has plenty of firepower within it, plenty of good kickers and plenty that are good over the longer distances. So it'll be interesting to see how the tactics of this play out. At the moment, it looks like they're more than happy to bunch up and leave the Queenslander out in front in Rose Ackland. Looks comfortable out there too, it must be said. So this field will be filled with confident women who want to back in their kick and see how they go over the later stages of this event. On the outside shoulder now, and looking strong, it is going to go Caitlin McGee from North Queensland. She's just going to sit on the outside of our New South Wales athlete in Blattman. So they're 3 wide here going through the bell at 67.49, so there's certainly a fair bit of pace in it. They'll try and sort themselves up this back straight, even expect flyers from the back. We will now out of Western Australia. And here we go, Trav. It's going to be a big final 300 metres here in the women's under-16 800.
So the national champ finds herself on the front, Rose Ackland. She's won everything lately except the Melbourne Cup, and she's running beautifully down the back straight. Little bit of hustle and bustle down the back straight. Anna Colgan, the West Australian hope, has poised for a nice finish. Blattman trying to bust her way through a gap. She thought she saw it opening, but Colgan remains strong. She's on the shoulder with Ackland. The West Australian champ is looking to go 3 better than she did at the National Championships. They continue to battle it out at the 150. Ackland holding strong, trying to lead from gun to tape. Colgan trying to keep lifting. Blattman right up there in 4th position, trying to ease into the medals. And it's the second of the New South Wales runners trying to come through on the inside. She's finally found her run. It's Ackland having a little look to the left. She's holding tight. And Rose Ackland will go back to back and win the National Championships. Rose Ackland, congratulations. You are the National All Schools champion. Murray has burst through to take the silver. She won the silver at the National Championships. She's finished ahead of Anna Colgan, who has run beautifully for Western Australia.
Well, sensational racing there. It's been a consistent theme this afternoon. Just when you think maybe they're done, they find an extra gear. So these national championships naturally always mean a lot, but you could tell the Western Australian really wanted to get that done on home soil. But when you're going up against the likes of Rose Ackland, you mentioned, won everything but the Melbourne Cup. It's hard to be able to topple that. So a great call there by you, Trav. That was amazing. And great racing all afternoon long here. Still so much to come as well. We've got hundreds. We've got everything. The field is still going. Our men's hammer throw is moving along. The high jump getting set up. Long jump going along on the back straight. So it's absolutely electric here this afternoon. And a thrill to be able to bring it all to you live from WA. Big thanks to Chemist Warehouse, Puma, Travel Western Australia as well. There's plenty happening over here in the beautiful, I don't want to call it the Sunshine State because technically I think Queensland owns that title, but the beautiful Western Australian weather is putting on an absolute show for us here this afternoon.
15 para, 100 metres. Here is your lineup, ladies and gentlemen, from New South Wales. Coden Stenhouse. In lane 3, representing Queensland, Desmond Raymond. In lane 4, from North Queensland, Kanye Kellett. In lane 5, from Victoria, Brody Miller. In lane 7, from North Queensland, Heath Otto. Lane 8, representing New South Wales, Cody Wrench. And rounding out the field in lane 9, from WA, Levi Amiss. Under 15 para final.
Yeah, I think we've got a ghost logo, bottom right hand corner, an AA one over the Chemist warehouse one, maybe. I just saw it on the projector in the media room.
I mean, I don't see anything.
We hope you are enjoying your time here at the WA Athletics Stadium. The Sea Breeze, the Fremantle Doctor has arrived. And our starter comes to her stand to get the under 15 para 100 metres final underway. Line honours are important, but it is a race against the clock for our para athletes. Cody Wrench of New South Wales bounding away. Desmond Raymond is currently holding second, and the West Australian in third. But no doubt about the winner. Cody Wrench first across the line. Coming through now is Coden Stenhouse, running under the T21 category. Des Raymond in the T20 para category. And Cody Wrench also running under the T20 was first across the line here in the under 15 100 metres para. So the calculations will be formed with the final times being consolidated. And you'll be able to find all those results on So the next event stepping onto the track shortly. Ethan Quinlivan has joined me up here in the commentary position. Plenty of action out in the field too, Ethan.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. I believe just had a message from one of the long jump sites. There's only 5 centimetres separating first and second, so as well as it being incredibly close on the track, it's just as exciting on the field.
I saw the under 15 long jump in the back straight. It's hard to get a clear view. I saw Sophie Williams.
Yeah, 570 I believe she jumped. Was that silver medal?
Yes, okay.
Heptathlete Sophie Williams, of course. So
yeah, she's got a big program here, Sophie
does.
Williams. Long jump, triple jump, javelin, and the 200 metres.
Chloe Monroy, she was able to win the gold medal with a jump of 575, personal best for her. And Luca Rose Taylor with the jump of 547 I should say, which is a personal best for her, the South Australian athlete. So well done to all those medalists in the long jump. The medals continue to filter in throughout the day. Under 17 boys, 100 metres, just moments away from tearing down the track. Run you through the field in just a few moments' time as they do their final preparations. So run you through the field now of the under 17 boys para 100 metre final. Running out of lane number 2 from Victoria, it is Nicholas de Balalis. From Queensland, running out of lane number 3, it is Samuel Allen. In lane 4 from Victoria, it is Liam Costello. In lane number 5 from South Australia is Joanne DeSankey. From Queensland, in lane number 6, it is Tyrell Bradfield. And in lane number 7 from New South Wales, it is Cooper Rob Jackson. That is the lineup. Under 17 boys, para 100 metre final here in Perth.
So just waiting on a shoelace to be secured.
No cash here. Sam, mate.
Lane start away well was DeBalasis on right on the inside. Rob Jackson on the outside issuing a challenge. DeBalaso right on the outside is having a good run. Approaching him is Allen on his inside. Allen might just dip it. But first across the line looks like DeBalalis from Allen, who crossed the line in second. What a good 100 metre final that was for the under 17 boys. 100 metres para. Very tight on the line between our two leaders. DeBlalis got off to a fantastic start and Allen just hunted him down.
I haven't been following the wind readings, Ethan, but it does look like above 2 at the moment with the Fremantle doctor in.
Yes, the 200 hurdles, I think all but one was illegal, with the one being a 1.0, but the rest, I think we saw a 3, maybe even a 4. No, it is a strong wind. Last time it was here in Perth, it was strong winds as well. We saw a lot of fast times. Taylor Cruntondon's 11:38, of course, comes to mind. And hopefully we can see some fast times and maybe even just with the wind being on side, make it legal and all that little bit sweeter.
We'll all be holding our breath for that under 17 boys final.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next event on the track. It's the under 20 para 100 metre final. Introducing the lineup to you now. In lane 1 from the Northern Territory. Great to have him here. Jungala Nanamba. In lane 2 from Queensland, Levi Harris. In lane 3 representing Victoria, Jordan Swansborough. In lane 4, we call him over here in the west, Mr. PB. It's Deacon Ayres. In lane 5, Jeremy Asher. In lane 6, representing Victoria, Dylan Vidinapatharina. In lane 7 from the ACT, Benjamin Kalanjuk. And rounding out the field from New South Wales, in lane 8, Jackson Love. So Jackson Love in lane 8 from New South Wales, Commonwealth Youth Games gold medalist. He'll be running closest to the grandstand. So we'll have a nice look at Jackson Love. Competes in the T35 para category. Lungala Nanamba from the Northern Territory on the inside. Competing under the T1 para. And they'll bookend this under 20 100 metre final. .22 degrees here in Perth, just cooled off now with the Fremantle Doctor in. Hope you're enjoying all the action from wherever you may be watching. Deacon Ayres in the middle of the field. He ran a PB on every occasion last year. The West Australian Deacon Ayres, one of the hardest trainers in his squad. He will be in the centre of the field for WA. So a big occasion for Jungala Nanamba from the Northern Territory. First all schools competition. And we're not far away from a start. So the starter has come to her marks and she'll call the athletes to their blocks. Under 20 para 100 metre final. Deacon Ayres in the middle, the last man to go down. So Jackson Love, Commonwealth Youth Games gold medalist, but bounding away, Jordan Swansborough. He's gliding away to the finish line beautifully. He'll be commanding in his victory. Line honours for Swansborough Badana Pitharana, second across the line. Jackson Love also right up in the finishing places. But Jordan Swansborough, T20 athlete, there he is on screen on the live feed. Swansborough, hands on his head, and a nice victory in the under-20 para 100 metres.
0.1 was the win, Travis, so barely anything at all. Which for those athletes that might be chasing personal bests, we've got
I think also this afternoon, Ethan, World Junior qualifiers will be up for grabs as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we've got a few in this competition already. Travis, who has got some. Josiah John, of course, he ran a 10:43. The required time for the World Junior qualifier is 10:55. So we have had a few.
And those heats have gone through to the straight final too, Ethan. Just for people who have just joined us, the under-17 boys 100 metres will be a straight final at 3:25.
Yep.
Set your clocks.
Had a few Queenslanders as well, Travis. In the under-16 girls, they've achieved the World Junior qualifying standard. Thurwell Phillip, she ran 11:72, and Maya Mears ran 11:73. The qualification mark for the girls is 11:78. So we've got a few people on World Junior qualifying watch. We've got a few that have already got it. Obviously, to automatically cement your spot, you need to get the qualifier and win gold at the National Championships in Adelaide. But this is a nice teaser because a lot of these athletes for a lot of these athletes, a lot of the time, this will be the only time that they actually race against their competitors that they'll face each other at nationals. So for some of the minor states, it's a good chance to see how some of your comp in the other states are going. And of course, for some of the ones that have the luxury of being able to head on down to other states and in other events, this is a nice way to see how they go under the pressure when a medal is about to be upon them.
So on screen now is the under-14 girls high jump final. Into the early stages. The height of the bar is 1.40 m. We're on first attempts.
Zara Coral and Amelia Denman have cleared the bar. Just gets replaced up there after it was dislodged before. Height of the bar up to 140 now. Lila Rose Hangston has been able to clear it on her first attempt. North Queensland competitor there, Demi Taniwa.
So Amelia Denman has missed her attempt there, and now we have Summer Morange from Victoria. Season's best of 1.55 m. Nice clearance. Jumping into a little breeze here. And a nice Queen's de Tournoi. Demi has gone clear at this height. So just a nice little warm-up for a lot of these athletes. Olivia Scott-Rogers, she's been up over 1.65 m. the New South Wales competitor. Here's Carroll. Zara Carroll, 150 season's best. So all the big names. All the big names so far safely over. Strahl, Jade Strahl, 155.
National bronze medalist as well, Travis. So she's, when we talk about experience up there, she won the silver medal at her All Schools Championships. Olivia Scott-Rogers as well, the competitor from New South Wales. Personal best of 165. She's the national champion. See her jumping just a little bit later on.
And good news for Amelia Denman there, just having her second attempt at 1.40 metre, safely going over. So that was good to see her remain in the competition. So height of the bar, 1.45 metre now. I did.
Go again, Richard. What was the event?
You guys can mute yourself if you want. You can
Oh, parah.
if you want.
Our next event on the track will be the under 17 girls 100 metres. It is heat number 1. Running out of lane 2 from Victoria is Gina Davey. Lane 3 from New South Wales, Maya Madden-Cowan. Lane 4 from Western Australia, it is Ilaria Leone. Lane number 6 from South Australia, it is Ella Kellogg. Lane number 7 from Queensland, it is Michaela Webb. And lane number 8 from Tasmania, it is Isabella Wing. That is the lineup for heat number 1 of the women's 100 metres for the under 17s. The first of 2 heats, top 3 to automatically progress. Away well was Davey on the inside, so too Wing on the outside, had a good start. Leone in the middle doing nicely. Wing on the outside is in front at the moment. Davey's got something to say about it, so too Khan. They approach the line, it will be Webb just that stormed over the top. Khan and Davey look to be the next two that will progress through to the final. But that is heat number 1 of 2 with the 12.9 unofficially with the plus 3.5 behind them. Exciting times. We look forward to heat number 2 of the women's 100 metres.
Michaela Webb, Pride Mackay. Backtown's finest.
Michaela Webb, comfortably the bronze medalist at the national championships. She ran 12:11 there to secure the bronze medal at the national championships. Michaela Webb in fine fashion here in heat 1. Heat 2 in their final preparations to get underway. Look out for Ebony Okonkwo in lane 5, 12:10 her lifetime best. Here she is on screen, getting underway nicely with her practice start. 12:10 her lifetime best. She'll be last to get back behind the start line.
Let's intro the next heat.
Here is your lineup for the second heat of the under-17 girls 100 metres. In lane 2 on the inside, Chinonzo Okiwalu. In lane 3, representing Victoria, Amani Anderson. Lane 4 from Tasmania, Charlotte Cottrell. In lane 5, fourth at the National Championships, 12:10 lifetime best from Queensland, Ebony Okonkwo. Lane 6, Caitlin Tattersall of New South Wales. And rounding out the field from Northern Territory, Regan Horn. Second heat, under 17, 100 metres. Great head-on shot. Okonkwo bounced out of the blocks beautifully. Anderson also away and running and is out in front, showing a nice clean pair of heels. Tattersall, the New South Wales athlete, fighting it out for second, but it's going to be all one-way traffic. Charlotte Cottrell has also run nicely. But Amani Anderson, the Victorian, books her place into the final in 11:85, if you don't mind. That's the faster of the two heats. Just over 12 in heat 1, 11:85 in heat 2. She'll be the fastest qualifier. The Victorian, Amani Anderson, got away beautifully and was never headed.
So ceremonies coming up. Looks like it.
So the 100-metre finals will be held a little bit later this afternoon after 3 p.m. So the athletes will have a couple of hours just to go and recharge, rehydrate, and come back for the final
Our next event will be the under-18 boys. 100 metres will be heat 1 of 2. From the inside, out of lane number 2 from the Northern Territory will be Dimitri Antagoni. From Queensland, in lane number 3 will be Josh Lotsu. From South Australia, in lane number 4 will be G-Man Pay. Lane number 5 from Western Australia will be Aidan McDonald. Lane number 6 from New South Wales will be Cody Hassler. And lane number 7 from Tasmania will be Felix Wilkins. That is heat 1 of 2, under 18 boys 100 heats. We call back to the blocks. Under 18 boys, keen to go.
Looking forward to seeing Cody Hasler. First time we've seen him at these championships.
Yep.
Ethan, 4th at national championships, 10:58 lifetime best. And great to see G-Man back on track after his victory earlier in the 400. Big program for G-Man.
Certainly is. Cody's season's best as well as that 10:58, so it's good to see he's run fast this year as well. It was an unsteady start. Green flag. Green card has been waved. On the inside, Antagoni reacted well. Hassler has the lead going with him as Lotsu on the inside of him coming through. Is Lotsu still in the front? Hassler has a look over his shoulder and progresses through to the final. Lotsu with him, so to pay with a 10.64 unofficially with a plus 3.0 behind them. Cody Hassler was about 60 metres in before he had a look over and sealed heat number 1 as he goes through to the final.
Look comfortable into that nice tail breeze at your back. The favourites are through. Lotsu, Pay and Hasler automatically through into the final. The rest of our boys there will have to download the app and check if they've made it through to the final. Heat 2 not too far away. Chloe Edwards, the West Australian hope. Lucas Sebastiano, the Victorian from lane